All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC PC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. For the record, all the accused are present in court today. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. We will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W01453. You may be seated. I note for the record that duty counsel for W01453 is present in the courtroom. Good morning, witness. Good morning, Mr. Boya.
Good morning.
Witness, I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and, as instructed yesterday, wait 5 seconds before answering a question and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and accommodation will be made. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration, and I also remind you that the assurances provided you yesterday by the panel are still applicable and that a refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned with the imposition of a fine. So we are ready to continue now with the questions from the Special Prosecutor's Office. They will begin now. Please give them your attention. Mr. Poch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. Just before the end of the session yesterday, and I'm referring to page 141, lines 16 to 18, You said that you could not remember having telephone contact with Hashim Thaçi at any time in 1998, and at page 142, line 10 to page 143, line 1, you also said that around April or May 1998, you did not know the general staff, so they could not have given you a task or duty or order to take care of the weapon supply. And Your Honor, with your leave, I'd like to put a document to the witness pursuant to Rule 143(2)(c).
Yes, go ahead.
And I'd like to call up IT 0366 T3761-T3827 unredacted core interp, and I will read from page 14, line 6 to 16, including the correction at page 15. In Albanian, to be called up side by side, it's IT 0366 4 March 2005 TR80 Part 1 unredacted, page 14, lines 3 to 20. Witness, on your screens we see a page from your testimony on the 4th of March 2005 at the ICTY in the Lima case. I'm going to read and then ask you a question. Question. And again, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you before when we're talking just about March and April. Now we're talking about May, and we're talking about other municipalities. Did you coordinate your organization activities in these municipalities and with these other people, with Fatma Nimai in Klečka? Answer. The coordination of our activity did not continue up to May, but in May, as I said earlier, after the contact I made with Hashim Thaçi via telephone, I undertook to take care of the transportation, the shipping of arms from Albania to Kosovo. I undertook to coordinate the activity of Kaçanak unit, Ferizaj, Shtime, Lipjan, in order to take care of the supply line. And in the English, if we could go to the next page, that was the supply line for weapons and munitions. That was the task I was given by the General Staff, passed to me by Hashim Thaçi. Witness, is what you testified there correct?
Excuse me. Realistically speaking, and I say earlier that I took this task upon myself, whereas on the telephone, which it could have been the case that I had a telephone call, he may have confirmed, Mr. Thaçi, that it's okay, but it's not an order.
As I just read, in your testimony you stated that was the task I was given by the General Staff, passed to me by Hashim Thaçi. Could you tell the judges whether what you testified under oath over there is correct or not?
I cannot confirm whether it is correct because the circumstances under which I gave this statement, and actually we've always called it the General Staff, but I didn't know whether Hashim Thaçi was a member of the General Staff or not.
Then why, witness, here in your sworn testimony in the courtroom in the Lima case did you refer to this task being given by the General Staff and being passed on to you by Hashim Thaçi?
Well, we supposed, and I've said this earlier, we supposed as to who the members of the General Staff could be. We did not know, but we just supposed that it could be Hashim Thaçi or somebody else, and when I said this, I meant as an assumption that he could be a member of the General Staff.
On the last part of the sentence, that the task was passed to you by Hashim Thaçi, regardless of whether you knew or didn't know of his membership of the General Staff, Do you recall this task being passed to you by Hashim Thaçi?
Nuk po kujtohet sa
I cannot remember exactly whether it was Hashim Thaçi or my brother Agush Buya, because it was through him that we spoke on the phone.
What do you mean it was through him that you spoke on the phone?
po telefonin ku
Well, the telephone where I stayed in Mulapol's, we could only make contact via Agush Buya's telephone, who was in Mulapol's.
So did you use Agush Buya's telephone to make contact with Hashim Thaçi in May of 1998, as you testified here?
kam përdorur
I used the home phone I was at, Ahmed Muyota's home, their phone, to contact Switzerland, where my brother Agush Buya was. So that was the how I could contact Switzerland.
About Switzerland, I'm asking you specifically about Hashim Thaçi, because in this testimony, as you heard or read, you said that in May you made contact with Hashim Thaçi via telephone. Do you recall such contact?
për momentin s'është
At the moment, I cannot recall that, but I did contact my brother, Hashim Thaçi, when he was in Switzerland, Ajam Sula, and I supposed back then that he was Commander General.
Let's stay in the same document and move to page 16 from line 18 to page 17 to line 16, including the correction at page 18. And in Albanian, again, the same document. Let's move to page 16, line 1, and I'll read until page 17, line 7. Witness, this is another page from the same date of your testimony in the Limai trial on the 4th of March 2005. Again, I will read and then ask you a question or questions. Question. And you testified yesterday that when you were asked by Hashim Thaçi in March of 1998, and you in Drenica, that it was specific to Lipen and Stime, did there come a point where your task was expanded to include Kaçanik and Ferzai? That is, were you told at some point that your task was broader and it would include Kaçanik and Ferzai? Answer. This was an extra task, a specific task, to coordinate the activities of Kaçanik, Ferzai, Stime, Lipyan units to create this weapon supply line. This was an extra responsibility for me. Question. And when did you learn of that extra responsibility? Answer. It was in May during my visit to Kaçanik. Question. But did you take on this extra responsibility on your own, or were you assigned this extra responsibility? Answer. And for this in English, next page, thank you. Of course, if I was not willing to take up this responsibility, it wouldn't have been assigned to me. I was ready to act and work according to orders of the General Staff that it had started issuing later. And then we can go back. Question. And who communicated to you that you would have this extra responsibility? Answer. I find this insisting a little bit strange. I was clear when I said that the communication was made with Hashim Thaçi by phone regarding this extra work. Question. Okay, I think I understand now. And that communication was in May of 1998, before you went to Kaçanik, or when? I'm sorry, when you were in Kaçanik? Answer, it was in May. Is what you testified under oath in this excerpt correct, witness?
po e saktë është
Yes, it is correct. I coordinated the activities in Stime, Ferizai, and Kaçanik, actually. And this was like an instruction by the General Staff. Although they weren't instructions as such, they were just normal communications between friends.
Prosecutor, could I just ask you, there seems to be ever so slightly a mismatch between the transcripts on our screens and what you're reading out. For example, I think on the screen says, I was ready to act and work according to the orders issued by the General Staff.
And
Yes, Turner, I think I can address you immediately.
Please.
Where we see in the English transcript excerpt highlighted in yellow, that means that there has been a correction to it, which is why I then read from the next page. So if the court officer could switch, that is the correct version of the excerpt highlighted in yellow. Before testimony, we were disclosed quite a few documents for the corrections, and this was the easiest way, although I know it's not so easy, to make it clear by virtue of the yellow highlight that there is a correction, and those corrections are to be found on the next page. So when I read out in court, I'm reading with the correction built in.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. And witness, you talked about the communication that arrived to you about this task, and can you confirm that it is correct, as you said here, that it was Hashim Thaçi that conveyed that communication to you?
in the rural procureur.
Honorable Prosecutor, I have also stated back then, and as one can see in the transcript too, I did so willingly. I took these tasks willingly. Nobody could impose upon me any tasks, and I say it clearly here that I started the weapon supply or the transportation of weapon, and of course with members, I suppose or assumed were members of the general staff, and I told them that I was carrying out the transportation of weapons, and I took this task upon myself willingly to say that I will ensure the supply line, because if I'm not wrong, it was in May that the fighting started in Lapushnik.
Witness, in the answer that you provided in 2005, you said, I was clear when I said that the communication was made with Hashim Thaçi by phone regarding this extra work. Can you tell the judges whether that is correct or not?
Well, I cannot remember whether there was this communication, but I said here that I communicated with Hashim Thaçi, and of course I communicated with Hashim Thaçi because our communication was constant.
Would you have provided untruthful information during your testimony in that case?
I am describing what the case was like, and I have already provided a statement, and I said that to the best of my knowledge and recollection. Please bear in mind that circumstances back then were very difficult and the developments were dynamic, changing on a daily basis. And it is difficult to remember to this day, as was then, to remember every single detail about the organization work.
With respect, that didn't answer my question. My question is, in 2005, when you were testifying under oath at the ICTY and the Limai case, would you have provided information that, to your knowledge, was not truthful?
I am not saying that it was not truthful, because I gave that under oath, and whatever I could remember, and to the best of my recollection and knowledge, I did so there under oath.
Let's please go to another day of this same testimony, and that is 8 March 2005, and the reference is IT 0366 T3915-T4001 Core Interp, and I will read from page 72, lines 7 to 9. In Albanian, that is IT 0366, 8 March 2005, Shukribuya, Part 2, TR80, page 24, lines 11 to 15. Witness, this is a page from your testimony on another day in the same trial, the 8th of March 2005, and I'm going to read an answer that you gave and then ask you a question. Answer: I don't remember if I contacted the General Staff in June, although I know that in May I did contact a member of General Staff, Hashim Thaçi, who I learned later was a member of the General Staff. Is that correct, witness?
Paul Parashim
Yes, in relation to Hashim Thaçi, I found out later that he was a member of the General Staff.
And in relation to having contacted him in May, is that correct?
From what I can remember, I did contact, but exactly what we discussed and how, it's been such a long time since.
We can take this document down. Witness, do you know Hirish Kurtai?
Paul.
Yes.
KLA member?
Paul.
Yes.
What was his role in the KLA?
Kachan Zavan.
He was deputy commander of the 162nd Brigade.
And do you recall when he occupied that role or position?
I cannot remember exactly, but it must have been definitely the end of 98.
I'd like to call up 036622-036837, page 0, the first page, and side by side the Albanian version, which is 077039077258, again the first page. Witness, on your screens on the left, we have the front page of a document which is in Albanian, and on the right in English. Do you recognize the one on the left, the Albanian one?
Yes.
And if we can turn in the same item to page 36624 in English and 077041 in Albanian. On this page from the same book, we see that you are listed as an editor, Shukri Buya Major General, one of two editors. Is that correct?
Paul.
Yes.
And as an editor of this book, or a co-editor of this book, am I correct in assuming that you read it before it was published?
Actually, I haven't read it.
Did you never read the book?
Well, after it was published, I read it much later on. But Shkurtai asked that my name should be attached to it because Professor Dr. Selim Thaçi is there and my name should be there as editor, and I respected his request.
And when you say you read this book later on, did you provide any comments or feedback to Hirish Kurtai about any of the contents in this book?
Yes, I did make comments.
And do you recall what those comments related to?
I cannot remember exactly what comments I made, but I remember that I did make them.
And to be clear, are you saying that you provided these comments after the book was published?
I provided him with comments about the book as part of the book, because this is precisely what the author asked for.
And so the comments that you gave to him were before the book was published?
Po, sepse për
Yes, because in order for the comment to be published, I needed to provide it to start off with.
In the English, let's please turn to page 036631, and in Albanian to page 077048. Now, witness, these are in Albanian and English pages from the same book. We see the title of this section, Some Words on the Greatness of KLA in OAN. And if we could go to the next page in both items, please. We see that this section at the end purports to have been authored by you, Shukribuya, Major General. Do you recall having written or provided comments for about a page and a half, as we've seen?
po,
Yes.
We could go back to the previous pages in each, please. And witness, if you take a look at the contents of this page on the left in Albanian, you will see that it describes the content of the book in some detail. Is that correct?
po, nderuar.
Yes, it is.
In the English version, let's please turn to page 036645, and we'll focus on the third paragraph on this page. And in Albanian, at page 077063, and there it'll be the first paragraph. I'm going to read an excerpt from this page, witness, and then I have a question. At the order of KLA HQ, Shukribuya returned to Kachanek and announced the decision of HQ to appoint Agim Bayrami commander of the Kachanek unit. And then, as you can see, there's a footnote, footnote 21. And if we go to the bottom of the page, we can read the text of that footnote, 21. And we see that here it refers to an interview with Major General Shukribuya Lipyan 5/23/2007. And witness, does this mean that you provided the author with this information in 2007?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I cannot remember, but I know that I was interviewed by the book's author because he was completing his master's, and that was his thesis.
And then if we just focus a little bit on the content, on the sentence that I read to you, it says, at the order of KLAHQ, Shukribuya returned to Kachanek and announced the decision of HQ to appoint Agim Bayrami commander of the Kachanek unit. Do you remember returning to Kachanek and announcing such a decision?
Kam shkuar edhe për
I went there for other things as well, but also for Agim Bayrami becoming the commander of the unit.
And here it is saying that the decision is of the HQ to appoint Agim Bayrami commander of the unit. Could you clarify what HQ is being referred to that issued or put out that decision?
po kështu e kemi
Well, yes, that's what we used to refer to it that time. So when somebody was appointed, we would say he's appointed by HQ so that there wouldn't be scope for the decisions to be misinterpreted. But Akim Bayrami was appointed commander, and I was called on behalf of the General Staff.
And who called you on behalf of the General Staff?
Nuk më kujtohet koha, po
I don't remember the time, but I do know that I communicated with Azem Sula, who we did not know to be a member of the General Staff at the time. Upon my return in Kaçanik, I said to Agim Bayrami, in front of 4 or 5 members of the unit, that he had been appointed to lead the unit. There was nothing in writing or any order in writing, but this was a communication.
You said you don't remember the time, but do you recall roughly the month and year when you communicated this decision to appoint Agim Bayrami commander?
kjo mund të jetë në
It might be end of June or beginning of July, because the first time I was there in May, and then the second time must be July.
Could you specify the year?
vitin 1900.
1998.
Your Honor, most of the pages I showed have already been admitted as excerpts from this book, but I do seek to admit pages 036631 to 32 from the English, corresponding to 07704849 in Albanian, and those should be added to P01015, which is the document that has the admitted excerpts from this book. And to be clear, the 2 pages I'm seeking admission of are the introductory remarks by the witness.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
The indicated pages will be admitted, please, and will be added to P01015.
Thank you, Your Honor. These 2 pages in Albanian and English will be added to P01015. Classification currently of the book is confidential.
It should be public. All admitted excerpts from this book should be public.
Thank you.
Reclassified as public.
And we can take this document down. Witness, did you meet Jakub Krasniqi in 1998?
Po,
Yes,
When in 1998 did you meet him for the first time?
nuk e di sakt.
I don't know exactly when, but most probably it was in June or July.
And do you recall where that meeting took place?
Sakt nuk më kujtohet, po
I don't remember exactly where, but most probably in the surroundings of Klečka.
And what was the occasion or the reason for this meeting?
për herë të parë jam taku gjatë
I met with him for the first time when he gave his first interview in his capacity as spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And what did he say during that interview?
Po ai kishte konferencë për gazetarë.
This was a press conference, and it was asked from us to attend and be on his side at that time.
Who asked you and others to attend and be at his side at that time?
Realisht unë kam shku aty,
Actually, I went there. Nobody asked me to. I was present. It was necessary to have someone to accompany Jakub Krasniqi during the interview, and we did that.
And am I understanding correctly that you were present physically during the interview, so you were also appearing with Jakub Krasniqi during this first interview of his?
Yeah, Paul.
Yes.
And around the time that you appeared with him in this interview, did you have any discussions with Jakub Krasniqi about the KLA's organization?
Realisht nuk më kujtohet sa
I don't remember exactly, but most probably I discussed this since he was the first person publicly as a member of the general staff. I must have discussed matters related to the guerrilla units, but I don't remember any specifics, or if I did discuss this at all.
Your Honor, with your authorization, I'd like to pull up a prior statement of the witness under Rule 1432 B and C.
Go ahead.
And I'd like to call up IT 0366 T3761-3-T3827 unredacted core interp. And here we'll go from page 25, line 10, to page 26, line 15. In Albanian, that is IT 0366, 4 March 2005, TR 80, Part 1, unredacted, page 25, line 2, to page 26, line 19. And witness, once again, this is going to be a page from your 4th of March 2005 testimony in the Lima trial. I'm going to read and then ask you a question or questions. Answer. After my return to Kroimir, the thing that we were waiting for a long time happened, the public appearance of the KLA spokesperson who gave his first statement. This made us to be more aware and made it possible for us to communicate with the general staff through Jakub Krasniqi, the spokesperson. This happened in mid-June. During this time, I was this Kroimir, but after the public appearance of Jakub Krasniqi, I insisted to meet the spokesperson of the KLA. Question: did you meet him? Answer: yes, I met him after the 15th or 16th. I remember this date due to the engagement of my brother, Ramebuya, in the ranks of the KLA. I met with Jakub Krasniqi in Klečka. He was there for an interview. We discussed with him the possibilities for organizing ourselves better in the parts where I had contacts. Simply, Jakub Krasniqi at that time informed me that the subzones of the KLA had been designated, and that those days 1 or 2 commanders of subzones were appointed. And he also told me that he planned to organize and appoint commanders of another subzone, which name he didn't know, but the subzone was to include the municipalities of Stime and Ferzai. The dilemma at that time was the municipalities of Kaçanik and Elazığ. This information motivated me to work even harder, and on that day, Jakub Krasniqi had an interview. Some journalists wanted to interview him, and myself, together with Jakub Krasniqi, would be on that interview. And of course, the interview was given by the spokesperson while I was standing at his side. Question: you said that's the 15th or 16th? Is that the 15th or 16th of June 1998? Answer: I said this happened after 15th or 16th of June, and I remember these dates due to the engagement of my brother. To my recollection, he got engaged with a weapon in the KLA on the 16th. Now, after these dates, I don't know when exactly it happened, but it was around the 20th of June, so this is an approximate date. And witness, is the excerpt that I read out to you, or the answers that you provided there, correct?
Paul.
Yes.
And we can take this document down. As you confirmed, and we saw in this excerpt, Jakub Krasniqi had mentioned to you the creation of subzones when you met him in June of 1998, Could you tell us whether anyone was put in charge of the subzones then or at a later time?
Më vonë di se jam përcaktuar
I know that later on I was appointed the deputy commander of the Nerodime subzone.
Sorry, witness, just to clarify, you were appointed the deputy commander of the Neridim subzone?
unë u caktova
I was appointed commander of the Nerodime subzone.
Who issued that appointment?
por në përcaktim tuaj nga
The appointment mentioned that this was done by the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Do you recall how long after your conversation and appearance with Jakub Krasniqi in June of '98 you were informed of this appointment?
mund të kenë kaluar 20 deri
Probably 20 to 30 days after.
In July of '98 or around that time?
korrekt not.
In July 98.
Do you recall who was in charge of the Pastrik subzone?
Ka dhe një herë se
Could you please repeat the question?
Do you recall who was in charge of the Pastrik subzone?
nuk dija kam
I don't know if I knew that information in July, but at the end of July, if I'm not mistaken, it was Musa Shari.
And once you were appointed as subzone commander, did you coordinate the subzones together with the general staff? Did you engage in any coordination with them in relation to your subzone?
jo realisht
No, I was appointed commander of the subzone, and I did not know exactly what would be the staff and the territory under my responsibility. At that time, I only received the appointment.
Seek clarity as to what the territory under your responsibility was?
nuk ishte e qartë.
The territory was not clear. However, I was told that in terms of municipalities, we were to operate in Kaçanik, Lipjan, Shtim, and Ferzai municipalities. However, Kaçanik was still uncertain.
And once you started to set up these units or to coordinate them, did you speak to anyone in the general staff about what you were doing?
Realisht tani e kishim një adresë,
We had the person to contact, to turn to. We had the spokesperson of the KLA, and we started informing him about the developments on the ground, also because of the interviews he was giving and information to the reporters who would ask questions, and also because he had then, we assumed, to report further to the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff. This is how we understood it.
To be clear, could you state the name of the spokesperson you're referring to?
fjala është për zëdhën se
We are referring to the spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army, the Honorable Jakub Krasniqi.
said that you informed him about the developments on the ground. Could you start with how you informed him, in person, on the phone, in writing? What manner?
Jo, mundësit përmes telefonit.
We did not have phones at the time, but we did that whenever it was possible to contact him in person.
Where would you contact him in person? Where would you meet for such contacts?
Nëse nuk gaboj në mu,
If I'm not mistaken, I met him in July on a weekly basis.
And in what location or locations did those meetings take place?
e thash i nderuar në Javu.
Interpreters note it was not weekly meetings, but the village's name, which is Yavur. I met him once in Yavur.
A correction to the interpretation. I now understand your answer was that you met Jakub Krasniqi once in Javor. Is that correct?
Po,
Correct.
And what did you discuss when you met Jakub Krasniqi in Javor?
po kemi biseduar.
We discussed the developments as with respect to the organization in Kaçanik, Shtime, Libyan, and problems I had to report to him, for him to report to the General Staff, indicating that I had numerous problems and we were facing a harsh offensive at the time as well.
What kind of problems did you mention to Jakub Krasniqi at the time?
Po kanë qenë shumë probleme.
There were many problems and a powerful propaganda going on, which was intensified by the occupier, Serbia, and which was unawareingly being propagated by some members of the KLA and civilians.
And for a moment, I want to take a step back in time. Before the creation of the subzones, was there any person or group you had to keep in touch with in relation to the organization of KLA units in your area?
Në zonën.
In the subzone or the guerrilla units I met with, there was the guerrilla unit in Kaçanik with Agim Bayrami. In Ferizai, the unit was led by Emri Ilazi, Commander Feri. In Shtime, I was there mostly, and in Libyan there were several units. However, the most outstanding unit was the one led by Aramis Cerici.
And at this time, so again, before the creation of the subzones, did you feel that you have to keep in touch with the general staff about the developments in the units?
Ndjesinë e kishim, po
We wanted to, however, we had difficulties because we did not know who the members of the general staff were. We could only make assumptions. Therefore, our work in terms of organizing was mostly focused with guerrilla units which operated independently in their territory.
And did you have to keep in touch with Hashim Thaçi about these units at the time?
Object is to leading, Mr. President.
Your Honor, I don't
Go ahead.
understand. Thank you. Witness, I can repeat the question, which was, did you have to keep in touch with Hashim Thaçi about the units at this time, so before the creation of the subzones?
po nevojën unë e kam pas me
I needed to contact every one of them, but I'm not aware that I contacted Hashim Thaçi at the time.
With your leave, I'd like to pull up a prior statement pursuant to Rule 1432C.
Go ahead.
Let's please call up IT 0366 T3686-T3760 Core Interp, and I'll read from page 83, lines 3 to 7, which in Albanian is from IT 0366 2005-0303, Part 3 TR-AT, page 21, line 24, to page 22, line 4. And witness, what I'm going to read to you is once again from your 2005 testimony in the Limai trial, and this is on the 3rd of March. Answer. The form of organization of the KLA at that time, the way I saw it, was the general staff and the guerrilla units. As a man who was supposed to organize a guerrilla unit, I had to keep in touch with the general staff through Hashim Thaçi. That was the purpose of my trip there. Witness, is that correct?
Po, kështu e kam.
Yes, this is what I said.
We can take the document down. Witness, to your knowledge, did the creation of the subzone bring about any changes in terms of coordination of the units in your area?
Ndryshimi ndodhe në
The changes happened in July with the public appearance of the spokesperson of the KLA. This became a public person for everyone, for the civilians and for us.
And can you explain how that public appearance of the spokesperson changed things in July?
Po I ndryshoi sepse edhe
It changed things because we as commanders of the KLA and commanders of the guerrilla units had the possibility at that point in time to contact with the spokesperson to make our various requests through him to the general staff of the KLA. This was, however, through a very short period of time, because if I'm not mistaken, in August, the sub-zone commanders knew the name of the general commander of the KLA.
The subzone commanders come to know that name.
po realisht përmes zëdhënësit
We were informed through the spokesperson that there was a chief of the general staff named Bislim Zirapi, and that further contacts had to be maintained through the chief of the general staff of the KLA.
Mr. President, I just want to put on the record that I'm going to have an objection to a question that was posed to the witness, but I don't want to interrupt the flow. So if I could be heard at the 10 o'clock break or just
Yes,
before. Thank you.
Witness, to your knowledge, around the time the subzones were created, were there any orders or instructions concerning the creation of brigades?
nderuar prokuror.
The creation of the subzones and the appointment of commanders of these subzones are broad issues. We were appointed commanders of subzones. However, the formation of subzones, which implies the formation of brigades up to the division in terms of military formation, requires time, and in countries that are not at war, this takes years. So we were appointed commanders of subzones and started our work to form a command. This was limited time. And in October, when with the start of the formation of the zones, we started forming the structures of the brigade commands as well.
And in the summer of 98 or later, did the KLA General Staff issue an instruction or order that brigades and fighting units must come into existence?
Kjo sa e di unë jo,
To my knowledge, no, because I was in Kosovo until mid-August. And then the organization was made clear after my return in Kosovo, and the restructuring of the subzone to this operational zone, which happened sometime in October 98.
And who made the organization clear after your return in Kosovo?
po qartë është bërë organizimi
The organization was made clearer after the return in Kosovo because we had the chief of staff who was in charge of the operational aspects of the KLA, and he was also in charge of contacts and orders to zone commanders.
And just to be clear, who is the chief of staff you're referring to?
shefi i shtabit
The chief of staff was Bislim Zirapi.
And do you recall an order or instruction by Bislim Zerapi that brigades must come into existence as well as fighting units?
nëse nuk gaboj në
If I'm not mistaken, at the time we were given a form of the structure of the operative zones.
And to be clear in terms of timing, is this still when you had subzones before they became zones, or is this once they became zones?
në falës
I was not able to hear the question because of interferences. Could you please repeat your question?
You said that, if you're not mistaken, at the time you were given a form of structure of the operative zones. Am I understanding correctly that this was still when you had subzones before there was a creation of zones?
jo, unë thash
No. I said this was when we organized ourselves into zones, and this was in October or November 98.
We'll get to that later. You mentioned having met Jakub Krasniqi in 1998 in Klečka and also in Javor. Do you recall meeting him on any other occasion?
për momentin nuk po më
I'm not able to recall any other.
And around June or July 1998, did you meet or otherwise have contact with KLA General Staff members other than Jakub Krasniqi?
se I kam di që janë antar shtabit përgjithshëm nuk
I don't think I knew they were members of the General Staff. However, later on, I understood that people I met were perhaps members of the General Staff. In July, we knew that Jakub Krasniqi was a member of the General Staff and spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
In June or July 1998, did you meet anyone that you later understood to have been a member of the KLA General Staff?
Interior Procurador.
At the time, I thought or assumed that Fatmi Lima was also a member of the General Staff. However, at the end of July, I understood that he was not. And I understood this when he was appointed in October or November. So these mistakes were normal because we didn't know the members of the General Staff. We only made assumptions. Therefore, there might be also omissions in my statements with respect to this issue. We contacted the spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army, who was publicly a member of the General Staff and spokesperson of the KLA. With respect to the others, we could only assume.
10-minute break now. Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back in the courtroom. You may leave the courtroom with the court attendant now. Public or private?
I'm sorry.
Public or private session?
Public is fine. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to object to the question. Again, I've made an objection that it was leading, but let me just pull it back up. Page 23, line 7, did you keep in touch with Hashim Thaçi about the units at this time? Now, the reason I said it was leading is because that very issue was part of the submissions made by Alex Whiting in the Limai trial as to why he should be declared hostile. In 2003, he said he was keeping in touch with the General Staff through Fatmir Limai. Then he came to the Limai trial, and I'm just going to read Alex Whiting's submission on the change of testimony. He said,
Your Honor, can I interrupt briefly to say that this is improper? Counsel can ask questions during cross-examination, but this is not the time to make assertions as to characterize the witness's testimony.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate not being interrupted because that is not my objection. The prosecution has a duty here to decide which version they are saying is the truth. That's my objection. So Mr. Potch needs to say which version of this witness's testimony the SPO is now adopting. Is it the 2003 version, which Alex Whiting said was the truthful version, or are they saying that this witness's version in 2005 is now the truthful version? But what Mr. Whiting said, in order to have him declared hostile, he said, and this I'm reading from the ICTY transcript, page 3804. He said, so there he, from the very beginning, in March of 1998, he says that the plan is set out. Before they leave, they arrive in Drenica, and the plan is, go organize in this area, and the structure will be as follows. Fatmir Limai will be the coordinating point with the General Staff. You coordinate with Fatmir Limai, and then he coordinates with the General Staff. You'll see as the interview continues, this is in fact exactly how the structure is created during May, April, May, June, and July of 1998. Yesterday, his description of Fatmir Limai's role was very different, and of course it was also today. Yesterday, he said at page 63 that he couldn't say whether Fatmir Limai was given any tasks at the time. He does not know if in March in 1998 in Drenica he was given any task. And he said that when he himself traveled to Mulapuls, his only contact, he agreed with Fatmir Limai that he would have contact with him, but only for the purpose of him being a kind of travel agent for him, that if he needed to travel to see Hashim Thaçi, he would then get in touch with Fatmir Limai, who would show him the way so he could meet with Hashim Thaçi. Now, my objection is that the prosecution has duties here to the panel under the code in terms of what is the truth here. The way that was phrased and why I objected it to be leading is that this was the exact controversial point, and the way I submit it should have been led if the prosecution didn't want to commit to a position was to ask him, through whom did you maintain contact with the general staff? Instead, it was put to him, did you need to go to Hashim Thaçi? The witness doesn't respond, and then they put the 2005 version to him. I would like,
Excuse me, what is it you want us to do?
yes, I would like the panel to ask the prosecution, do they adopt the 2003 version or the 2005 version so we know what we're
That has nothing
cross-examining?
to do with whether or not you asked, you objected to a leading question. I ruled on it. I didn't find it particularly leading at the time. You didn't explain further, and now we're after the fact, and I'm not going to question the prosecution about this. You may question anything you wish on cross-examination, but the prosecution does not have to be questioned by the panel as to what they're trying to prove. They haven't got there yet.
Okay,
They're still
well,
proving it.
Then I've made my record, but my standing objection then going forward on this is that the prosecution cannot or must pick a version, and then if they're picking the 2005 version, which the ICTY OTP said was the false version that justified as being declared hostile, then that should be clear.
This is barely questioning at this point. They haven't got to argument yet. An argument would be when they would present this material. But yes, your standing objection is noted.
Let me just say, it's not a question of argument for me, it's a question of notice, because one of the problems with the way the Rule 154 submission was made is that both statements are tendered for the truth of the matters asserted therein, and they're mutually inconsistent, significant parts. So as I understood part of the panel's 154 ruling, some of these issues needed to be led live so that we see what the witness says on these disputed points. So now we're in the position on cross-examination of which version are we saying is the truth here?
You can explore that.
Okay, I will explore it, but I'm going to have a standing objection to them now going forward and leading
I
from the
understand.
2005
We've already gone over
statement.
that once. I've already
Okay,
said you
all
have
right.
a standing objection.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could I just add on this point as well, because it is an important point of. Well, could I do it now or at the? Yes, Your Honor. It is an important point of principle in that what the prosecution is doing is they're really riding two horses here. They're relying on 143 to impugn the witness, but then also going and asking questions where they're looking to get the truth from the witness. And from the defense point of view, we have to know, in order to be able to cross-examine, do they rely on the witness, which parts, and then if they're saying there's a prior inconsistent statement, to say which parts those are, to make it very clear, this is inconsistent, you're hostile on this. I mean, that's the way the adversarial system works. You're hostile on this, we don't believe you on this, but then on the other parts, we are going to rely on you. They don't have to make their closing arguments now, of course not, Your Honours, but we have to know from the defence point of view in order to cross-examine what they're relying upon and what they're not relying upon. And when they say there's an inconsistent statement, which one? Simple as that. That's our submission briefly.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break from now.
All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Mr. President, just,
Court usher.
sorry,
Oh.
one,
Don't bring him in.
no, just
Yes.
a minor matter. Yeah. I just wanted to alert the panel and the parties that we are going to seek a translation check on page 14, lines 15 to 16, which currently reads in the transcript, but Agim Bayrami was appointed commander and I was called on behalf of the general staff. I'm told that what was heard in Albanian on this side is I appointed Agim Bayrami commander and said, or was told them that it was an appointment of the general staff. but I wanted to put that on the record so that everyone knows that there's a question about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Witness, we will continue with questions from the SBO. Go ahead, Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, before the break, we were discussing whether you had contact with anyone from the KLA General Staff around June or July 98 other than Jakub Krasniqi. And you were saying that you learned the identities of certain members as possibly having been in the General Staff at a later time to that. I wanted to ask more specifically whether in or around June or July 1998 you had any contact with Sokol Bashota.
I cannot remember.
Do you recall knowing in June or July 98 or finding out at a later time that Sokol Bashota was a member of the KLA General Staff?
In relation to Sokol Bashota, I found out at the end of the war.
And what exactly did you find out at the end of the war?
Well, at the end of the war, the names of the members of the General Staff became public.
And then focusing back on the summer of 1998, what, if anything, did you know about Sokol Bashota's role in the KLA?
At the time, I didn't know about Sokol Bashota.
And do you recall meeting him in 1998 at all or not?
It is possible to have met him when I entered Kosovo.
And did you meet him at a later time?
I cannot remember having met him.
Your Honor, I'd like to show a prior statement pursuant to Rule 143 to B and C.
Go ahead.
This is IT 0366 T4002-T4087 unredacted core interp, and I'll read from page 19, line 9 to page 21, line 5. In Albanian, this is IT 0366 9 March 2005 TR80 Part 1 unredacted, page 23, line 11 to page 25, line 25. And witness, once again, this is a page or pages from your testimony in the Lima trial, and the date is the 9th of March 2005. I will read and then I have some questions for you. Question. No, but he told us that Jakub Krasniqi never transmitted orders or instructions relating to units assisting other units. So the question is, who? If it's not Jakub Krasniqi, if not Fatmir Limaj, who from Klečka during July of 1998 transmitted instructions about units assisting other units? Answer. At that time, I knew the members of the General Staff who were dealing with organization of this form of warfare. I knew Azim Sula, who much later I knew as General Commander. I knew Sokol Bashota also as a member of the General Staff who also was engaged in the organization. And normally I received instructions from them. This was one form of organization at that time. Question. And what kind of instructions did you receive from them at that time? Could you be more specific? Answer. In July, I received instructions, orders which applied to the Nuradim subzone, orders on the form of restructuring of the units, the organization of the command of the subzone, the functioning of the units. That is, I received these circulars, orders from the General Staff in my capacity as commander of a subzone. Question. And what about in July, during what you described as the very savage offensive? Were either Sokol Bashota or Azim Sula involved in coordinating the units during that fighting? Answer. Of course they were, because the offensive was very wide and they moved in the territory of Malyshev municipality. There was, at that time, the General Staff was active in that area. I'll pause here for a moment, witness. Is what I read from the answers you provided thus far correct?
Mund të jetë sa?
It could be correct, because actually I cannot remember just now my whole testimony.
I'll go on reading from where I left off. Question. When they did that at the end of July during the offensive, were either one of them in Klečka? Answer. Yes, they were in July at different periods. There were frequent visits by the General Staff members in Klečka, but I also met them in other villages, especially with Sokol Bashota. I met him in Malyshev when we had to send soldiers from my subzone to get armed supplies in Albania. I contacted very often with the members of the General Staff then. And again, I'll pause here, witness. Do you recall this instance that you're talking about here in testimony, meeting Sokol Bashota in Malyshev when you had to send soldiers from your subzone to get armed supplies in Albania?
Po, po në
Yes, but at the time I didn't know his name and surname, but it was after the war that I found out that he was Sokol Bashota. So we had civilians and we wanted them to join the KLA, but of course I met Sokol Bashota too. But at that particular period of time, during the war, I didn't know his name and surname. I knew after the war that he was Sokol Bashota.
And during the war, what did you know him as?
Unë e kam parë në
I saw him in action, and I contacted him about how people could go to Albania to get arms supplies. I contacted other people too, but with Sokol Bashota, it was about how to take people all the way to Kajin, and I suggested that they needed to take care because it was civilians who were part of my subzone I was in charge of to get arms in Albania.
And if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that at the time of this contact, you didn't know his name as Sokol Bashota. That's something you discovered later. What name or pseudonym did you know him as when you made that contact?
nuk më kujto.
I cannot recall his pseudonym, but I know that after the war I realized that he was Sokol Bashota.
I'll continue reading where I left off. Question. My question was more specific. At the end of July, during the offensive, when you say that Sokol Bashota and Azim Sula were involved in coordinating units, were either of them in Klechka when they were doing this? Answer. I said that they stayed for certain periods, 2-3 days in Klechka, and for some other days in other villages like Yavor, Terpez villages which were close to Klechka, or in Malishev for 2-3 days. I could contact these people, and more often I contacted them in Klechka. Question. I understand your answer, but if you could answer this question, do you know if either of them was in Klechka during the first offensive at the end of July 1998? Answer. I said that they stayed in Klechka for certain periods of time, and that in July I met them very often. I couldn't tell you whether they were in Klechka each and every day, but I did contact them in Klechk, in Yavor, and in Terpez. And is that correct, witness?
Yes, from what I can recollect, that's the way it was.
And in relation to Azim Sula, could you clarify when it would have been that you would have met him?
It was July, if I'm not wrong. But it was at the time of this brutal offensive, and I do not know exactly when it was, whether it was end of July or August.
And we can take the document down. The witness, did you ever meet Hashim Thaçi in Klechka in 1998 or 1999?
If I'm not wrong, I met him in July.
And what was the occasion or the purpose of that meeting?
Well, there was a meeting with internationals, if I'm not wrong, and it was then that I met him.
Do you remember the subject of that meeting or the topics discussed?
Again, if I'm not wrong, after the meeting with the internationals, we went to meet the civilian population in the Shala Gorge.
And focusing first on the meeting with the internationals, what was the meeting about, if you recall?
I wasn't part of the meeting, but it was a meeting which later became public, and I know that they met in relation to political representation and the political ideas of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Were you at this meeting with Hashim Thaçi and the internationals in Klechka in July 98, or you only learned about it?
I think the meeting was held in Klechk, but I was not part of this meeting. But, as I said, it was made public in the media. We heard that a meeting between the KLA representatives and the internationals was held.
And you said earlier that after the meeting with the internationals, we went to meet the civilian population in the Shala Gorge. You and who went to meet the civilian population in the Shala Gorge after this meeting?
Well, it was myself, Jakub Kresnici, and Hashim Thaçi.
And why did you go to meet the population there on that occasion?
After the brutal offensive of Serbian forces and the very harsh fighting that we were involved in, the KLA units, and the inability to resist to that entire operation, the civilian population was displaced to the gorges, and in the Shala Gorge there was a large part of the civilian population where there was bad propaganda which was launched by the Serbian forces. So it was a major concern of the civilian population, and therefore the purpose of that contact with the civilian population was for them to see the spokesperson of the KLA, Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, and for them to see that seniors like myself, the commander of the subzone, as appointed, we were in the territory, in fact, because there was a huge propaganda going on that the KLA commanders have left and are now in Albania. So this was the purpose of the meeting with the civilian population.
To your knowledge, in what capacity was Hashim Thaçi at this meeting?
He was there with us, but I assumed that he was one of the people that after the meeting with the internationals, he was a person who was prepared politically, and Jakub Krasniqi, the public figure of the KLA, and I, as a commander of the subzone, the whole time being taking part in operations, so the three of us meeting the civilian population.
When you say in relation to Hashim Thaçi that he was prepared or that he was prepared politically, what does that mean?
Well, since he had met the internationals, and they had met in relation to political matters with internationals, so the objectives of the KLA, so in the population, the way they took it was that he was quite a strong politician of the KLA, and just as much, Jakub Krasniqi was rather known by the civilian population because he was a former politically imprisoned individual, but also he was a person who was involved in the organization of the structures. He was part of the LDK structures, and he was quite recognized as a competent person politically and very smart politically.
Could you tell us about this meeting with the civilian population? Was it one meeting, more than one meeting with the civilians? What did it look like? What was the setting for it?
In Shalagorj, there were around 30,000 civilians who were there in tents, or had tried to put up tents rather. They were in an open plain, and they were rather concerned. So we met a lot of people, we walked amongst them, and we spoke to civilians, and at a particular moment, quite a lot of civilians got together, and Jakub Krasniqi spoke to them for them not to be concerned, because our units are definitely here, that we, as the leaders of the KLA, are also here. So it was mostly for them not to be too worried or concerned.
And did you yourself speak at this meeting with the larger group of civilians that you just mentioned, where Jakub Krasniqi also spoke?
Yes, I spoke to many civilians as well, because these were ad hoc meetings with a group, another group. This was a large gorge where many civilians were there, so we contacted many persons present there.
And do you recall, at least in general terms, what you were saying to the civilians that you met on this occasion?
If I'm not mistaken, I addressed the civilians there, knowing that there was a huge propaganda going on, that the spokesperson of the KLA had received 100,000 Deutschmarks and had left to Albania. And the idea was to have the person who knows best whether Jakub Krasniqi had left the war or not. So we let Jakub Krasniqi addressed the people himself in order to remove these doubts. I do not recall exactly the words of Jakub Krasniqi towards the civilians, but this was the whole purpose of our interventions.
And do you recall whether Hashim Thaçi spoke to one or more civilians on this occasion?
Ka folur me civil, po
He spoke to civilians. I do not recall, however, him holding a speech on that occasion.
Did you ever meet Hashim Thaçi in Blinaje in 1998 or 1999?
nëse nuk gaboj po.
If I'm not wrong, yes.
And roughly, if you remember, when was that?
Nuk mund ta kujtoj kohën.
I can't recall the exact time.
Recall whether it was 98 or 99?
98.
98.
And what was the occasion for you meeting Hashim Thaçi in Blinaje in 1998?
Ka qenë vizitë shokësh.
This was a friendly visit, nothing more than that. He visited me as a friend. We had been together in Switzerland and we had joined the war in Kosovo together.
And do you recall whether on this occasion when you met Hashim Thaçi, whether anyone else was present when he visited you?
Kemi qenë një pjesë.
We were a number of soldiers. I do not know whether someone else was present.
And do you recall what, if anything, you discussed with Hashim Thaçi during this visit?
Jo, s'mund ta kujtoj.
No, I cannot recall that.
And changing subject slightly, witness, I believe you've already touched upon this, but in 1998, was there a time when there were rumors about you or allegations against you in the KLA?
Përsëritën se.
Could you please repeat the question? I didn't quite understand.
In 1998, was there a time when there were rumors about you or allegations against you in the KLA?
Nuk e di e kundër meje, po
I'm not sure I understand. Against me or against the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Do you recall a time when anyone made any allegations against you about the manner you were behaving in the KLA, about certain choices you made, for example?
po,
Yes. In addition to other people within the KLA, I was initially hit by the most powerful propaganda, which alleged that I was a military leader who had left the front line and was not taking part in the fighting, and so this was the propaganda.
And did you speak about this propaganda about you with anyone in particular at the time?
po kur e kam parë se
When I realized that this was becoming a serious concern because it was propagated amongst the KLA soldiers as well, at that point, if I'm not wrong, it was in July, I went to the spokesperson of the KLA to express my concerns in relation to this powerful propaganda. And I was personally highly endangered as a result of this propaganda.
And do you recall what you said to the spokesperson at this time?
edhe një herë
Could you please repeat the question?
Do you Do you recall what you said to the spokesperson when you met him about this issue?
Po nëse më kujtohet,
If I remember, these were the concerns. People were spreading propaganda against me, and part of this was the leader of the guerrilla unit in that area. And my request was to either take measures if I had deserted, as it was alleged, or to take measures against those persons who were propagating that propaganda.
What measures were you referring to that could be taken against you or other persons?
po unë kam shpresu se ka
I was hoping that there would be a mechanism to take such measures, but later on, when such measures were not taken, I realized there was no such mechanism in place which would have helped to prevent such propaganda or take measures against those who were spreading or supporting such propaganda. One of them was the leader of a unit. I expected and waited for a while for some form of action to be taken, but this did not occur.
You raised these matters with Jakub Krasniqi at the time.
po pjesën e korriku do thotë
In July, the only public person from the General Staff was Jakub Krasniqi, and I hope that the spokesperson of the KLA would be able to convey this to the General Staff, because at that time he was the only public person from the General Staff.
And if I understood correctly, you said that you understood that there were no measures that could be taken, but following your conversation with Jakub Krasniqi, did anything happen? Did anything change in relation to your situation or the propaganda?
në fakt pas bisedës me Jakub
After the conversation with Jakub Krasniqi, I waited for several days, if I'm not wrong. It could be weeks, though. I waited for measures to be taken either against me or against those who had spread such propaganda. However, no measures were taken, and sometime around mid-August, I was told to go to the supply line in the zone where I was the commander and to start with the structuring of the Nerodima operational zone.
Who was it that told you to do so?
edhe një herë të lutem.
Could you please repeat the question? Sorry, I understood.
Kam qenë në Javur,
I was in Yavur when I informed them that if no measure is taken against them, and I waited for a while, following which, in coordination with Ismet Yashari, who was the commander of the guerrilla unit, we decided to go to Albania. We informed Jakub Krasniqi that we were going to Albania, on which occasion he said, then fix also the arms supply issue and the structure, as Msuya was not there. In July, I thought, as it was talked about, that and assumed that he was the general commander, as Msuya.
And did you receive any orders in relation to this going to Albania and addressing the supply line?
jo, nuk ishte
No, there was no need for orders because I was commander of the subzone, and I was just told to go to Albania to address the supply line and the structure. because a part of the soldiers and officers were also in Albania.
Your Highness, I'm told there is a transcript error. It's page 45, line 25, and it should read as Azim Sula was there. Here it reflects Azim Sula was not there. Could we clarify that with the witness, please?
It should be easily clarified, Mr. Pach, if you will.
Yes, witness, in a previous answer, the transcript currently reads, "We informed Jakub Krasniqi that we were going to Albania, on which occasion he said to them, fix also the arms supply issue and the structure." And then it says, Azim Sula was not there. Is that correct? Azim Sula was not there?
Unë thash Azem Syla ishte aty.
I said Azim Sula was there.
Was where in Albania, you're saying?
Jo, ishte
No, he was together with Jakub Krasniqi when I discussed this, the fact that I was going to Albania. And at that time, with respect to Azim Sula, I assumed, and people were saying that he was the general commander, but there was nothing official in that regard.
And is this still in August when you met both Jakub Krasniqi and Azim Sula?
po, gusht.
Yes, it was in August, because I traveled to Albania in August.
Also said in another answer, there was no need for orders because I was commander of the subzone, and I was just told to go to Albania to address the supply line and the structure. Can you clarify who it is that told you to go to Albania to address the supply line and the structure?
Si komandant në zonë kam.
As a zone commander, I had the right to take this decision myself. I informed the spokesperson of the KLA to inform the general staff that I was traveling to Albania for the purpose of contacting there with the officers who were there and deal with the supply line. This was the form at the time, because at the time I was the commander of the subzone, despite the propaganda that was spread at the time.
To put a prior statement to the witness under Rule 1432C.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to call up IT 0366 P160 TRET, and I'll read from page 61, line 20, until page 62, line 2. In Albanian, that's IT 0366 P160 TRET, page 63, lines 10 to 24. Witness, what's being called up on the screen now, and is already on the screen, is going to be an answers that you provided in your 2003 ICTY interview. I'm going to read and then ask you a question. Answer. Then it must have been in the beginning of August or in the middle of August that I was ordered by the main headquarters to go to Albania. So I was ordered to leave for Albania, tasked to consolidate the subzone command for Nureddina and to take care of the weapon supply line. Is what you said there correct?
Kjo si duket është një deklarat para.
This seems to be a statement given to the investigators of the tribunal, which I disputed during the Limay trial for the reasons mentioned during the trial at the time.
Asking you in particular about two answers that you are recorded as having here. This is a transcript of what was said. And could you tell the judges whether what you answered here is correct? that in the middle of August you were ordered by the main headquarters to go to Albania.
Jo nuk
No, there was no order at the time because the general staff was not known. And it seems that this statement was given during the investigations, and on which occasion I might have made omissions.
We can take the document down. And witness, to your knowledge, what role or roles did Fatmir Limay play in the KLA in 1998?
po e kam e shpjegova.
I explained this. I considered him as my first commander, although no one appointed him as a unit commander. I viewed him as such, though, because he escorted us from Drenica territory to the Lapush territory, as we referred to at the time, in Malyshev. So during this whole time, I assumed that Fatmir Limay was a member of the general staff. And I assumed this because he had been persecuted and sentenced, if I'm not wrong, by Serbia before being a KLA member. So this brought me to think that he's a member of the general staff. However, at a later stage, it was understood that he had not been a member of the general staff. Fatmir Limay was one of my war comrades with whom I operated with the guerrilla units in a rather broad territory, and despite my wish to be with Fatmir and Agim, each of us had their own territory and we were spread around. Until the end of July, if I'm not mistaken, Fatmir was in Klečk with a unit there.
And just one more question before the break. To your knowledge, witness, at any point in 1998, did Fatmir Limay act as a liaison or a go-between in relation to yourself or others and the KLA general staff?
Ka qenë një periudhë në cilën
There was a period of time during which we agreed that Fatmir Limay would escort me to Drenica whenever he could do so. This was a responsibility thought to be with Fatmir. This was in agreement with Fatmir and Agim in terms of coordinating our actions if there was fighting going on, because we were in the process of forming the guerrilla units. So during a certain period of time, this is how it was thought or viewed. However, this did not happen because if I needed to contact somebody who thought to be a member of the general staff in Drenica, by the end of June, the spokesperson of the KLA came out publicly, and the need to do, as mentioned earlier, did not present itself.
Witness will have a half-hour break now, so you may leave the courtroom with the court usher. Please do not speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom, and we'll see you back here at 11:30.
Thank you.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Mr. Patch, before proceeding, about how many hours left do you have?
Your Honor, that's a bit hard to gauge, but I can say I definitely need this session, likely most or all of the next one. I'm not sure I'll be able to finish today. I might go into the first session tomorrow, which I think would still be within my 9-hour estimation.
We didn't count yesterday's morning at all against you, so the reason I ask is because CMU has to know whether or not to send the team tomorrow for the video conference on Thursday and whether or not to do that.
Indeed, Your Honor, I wanted to mention this myself. From our calculations, unless anything has changed drastically on the defense side with a 12-hour cross-examination estimate and potential questions by the panel, if you authorize it, we will tell the reserve witness not to be on standby and nobody needs to travel
I think
week.
concerning that the amount of testimony this witness is going to give or has given already, it's probably prudent to just tell them to let the reserve witness go for this week.
We will.
Yes.
Mr. President, I'll take the opportunity on a related subject, which is I think I have 2 hours estimated, but that was when he was giving his evidence was going to be under 154, and a lot has developed, so I may be asking, depending on how it goes on my cross, to go beyond the 2 hours as well. So I do agree that it's highly unlikely that we would need another witness this week.
That's our judgment, so please, you'll take care of that. All right.
Your Honor, we've indicated 4 hours. I'm likely going to be less than that, so about 2 to 2.5 hours at the moment.
It would be good if we could finish this witness
Certainly.
this week, because then there's a delay. It's not irreparable, but it certainly is preferable. So we will hope that happens. All right. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in.
Your Honour, as we have 2 seconds, can I just make a quick request? I know we have only a 1-week break before the next block of witnesses, and normally the prosecution would give the list, I think, by Thursday afternoon at 4 o'clock, if at all possible. If we could receive the order of those next witnesses by tomorrow, that would assist certainly in preparing, given the fact that we only have the 1-week break between the blocks of witnesses.
Is that possible, James?
I will ask, and if it's possible, we will do so.
Okay,
Your Honor.
report back, if you would, at the noon break. All right, Mr. Booya, we will continue with questions from the Special Prosecutor's Office. Please give them your attention. Mr. Potts, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, earlier today, you told us about the restructuring of the subzone to the operational zone, and you said it happened sometime in October of '98, and that the organization was made clearer after your return in Kosovo because there was a chief of staff who you told us was Bislam Zerapi, and he was in charge of contacts and orders to zone commanders. Could you tell us if you know why the decision was taken to convert subzones into zones at this time?
Pokačali ndryshim
It was a political change to start off with, because at the beginning, we, as the KLA, aimed to liberate the occupied territories of Albania. And after some contacts with internationals, the position was taken not to cause a Balkan war or for it to be even larger than that, and therefore the political side of the KLA suggested that the aim of our liberation as KLA should be Kosovo within its administrative borders as they were recognized then. And since Kosovo could be a whole zone, or rather a territory which would be liberated, then the subzones were then named as zones and were separated into operational zones. So it was a political change to start off with, but then also a military one.
Did the Nerodim zone have the same area of responsibility as the Nerodim subzone had?
po e sqarova më herë.
As I clarified earlier, in terms of it being a subzone, we weren't clear in terms of the territory that was under our responsibility. But as a zone, that became much clearer, and as a zone, it was from the Saraleva Gorge to the border with Macedonia.
Do you recall roughly how many KLA members were attached to your zone once it became a zone, an operational zone?
Si zonë operative
As an operational zone, the number varied, because at the beginning there were very few soldiers, but at the time of reorganization we had 2 brigades, and I mean, in terms of the operational aspect, they were light because they only had 700 to 800 in a brigade. And at the end of the war, it extended to other brigades. They also had a light number, but around, I would say, in total, 3,000 soldiers at the end of the war, that is.
And to your knowledge, did other operational zones have more or less KLA members attached to the zones than you did?
Po, ka pas zona
Yes, there were zones which were larger than the Nerodima zone, operational zone, but also zones that had fewer soldiers. They were smaller.
Do you recall those which were larger?
po zonat më të mëdha
Well, the larger zones were the Pastrik zone as well as the Drenica zone.
And did you have a deputy once you were zone commander?
po kam pas zona.
Yes, I did have one.
Who was that?
Ishte Imri Lo.
Imri Ilase, who was known by the pseudonym Commander Ferry.
And did he serve as your deputy until the end of the war?
Po, deri në fund.
Yes, up until the end of the war.
And do you recall who occupied the other positions within the Nerodim operational zone structure or staff?
Po,
Yes, after the deputy commander, it was the chief of staff or the chief of the staff of the Nerodima operational zone. And then there were sectors. And there were heads of these sectors. And at the time, we had 2 brigades. And at the end of the war, there were 4 brigades, although the number of soldiers was small to complete the whole structure of 4 brigades.
Let's start with the chief of staff. Who was that?
Chef
Hussein Shahini was chief of staff. He came from Albania. He was part of the organized forces organized by the former prime minister of the time, Mr. Bujar Bukoshe.
Do you recall when Hussein Shahini took up this position as the chief of staff of the Nureddin zone?
Nëse nuk gaboj,
If I'm not wrong, it would have been November or December of 1998.
And you also mentioned that there were sector heads. Could you tell us who these sector heads were and what sector they covered?
po ishte sektori
We had the personnel sector, which was first headed by an officer by the surname of Hairullahu. Then Naim Humeria was appointed. The second sector was the intelligence and counterintelligence, and that was headed by Elmir Regica. There was also the logistics sector, and we also had a military hospital in it, and it was headed by another officer of the surname Hairullahu. The liaison communications officer was Ekrem Matushi. The political and morale sector was headed by Femi Muyota for a time, and the relations with the civilians sector was headed by Mr. Rushdi Ashari.
You mentioned two persons with the surname Hairullahu. The first for personnel, what was that person's first name, please?
nuk është të më kujtu.
I cannot remember right now, but the logistics sector, his name was Fehmi Hairullahu.
And the persons that you mentioned in relation to personnel, you mentioned Hairullahu and then it was someone else. In relation to each of the other sectors, were these heads of these sectors there throughout the period from the creation of the zone until the end of the war, or were there any changes?
Nga tetore,
From October or beginning of November, they were heads of sectors, but there were also changes. In personnel sector, there were changes because Mr. Hairullahu moved, given the office of the zone commander, the legal office as it was called, and therefore Naim Umeri was appointed instead. In the political and morale sector, there was also a change, and it was Femi Muyota in charge, and Rushdi Ashari then later became in charge. And Rushdi Ashari was also took on the role of spokesperson, in a way, of the Nureddin operational zone.
Was there a military police unit or company attached to the Nureddin zone?
Yes, we had the military police company until the end of the war. At the end of the war, it became a battalion of the military police.
Who was in charge of that company initially, at least?
The company commander of military police was Isaac Muslio.
Was he known by any nickname or pseudonym at the time?
Yes, he was known as Commander Thaçi.
And did he serve until the end of the war in that capacity?
Po, me some
Yes, from what I can recollect until the end of the war.
And forgive me if you mentioned the name and it escaped me. Was Thaçi Lazi a member of the zone staff in any capacity?
you second
Not when I was there. He was there in the first part of the fighting in Yazerts, which is known as the Yazerta fighting. So Daoud Ilazi was part of the structures in Yazerts.
Time was that when there was the Yazerts fighting?
Flasper
I'm referring to September 1998, where he was wounded and he was then sent to Albania.
And let's turn now to the two brigades that you mentioned at first. There were two brigades. Could you tell us or remind us who was the head of each of those brigades, the commander of each of those brigades?
Po, brigada një gjash
Yes, Brigade 161 was commanded by Ahmed Kachiko, whereas 162, its commander was Shamil Ilazi.
And was Ahmed Kachiko the commander of Brigade 161 until the end of the war, or was there a change in command there?
edhe një herë që sigur.
Could you repeat the question, please? I didn't quite understand.
Kachiko served as the commander of Brigade 161.
Komandant Ahmet
Commander Ahmed Kachiko was commander of the brigade up until the moment he fell in the fighting, and he became a martyr in January 1999.
And at that time, did anybody replace him as commander of the brigade?
po,
Yes, he was replaced with Commander Granite, or in terms of name and surname, if I'm not wrong, it's Ilmi Ramushole.
You mentioned that Brigade 162's commander was Chamil Ilazi, and again, in relation to him, was he the brigade commander until the end of the war?
Shamili Lazi
Shamil Ilazi was also commander of the brigade up until he also fell in Kaçanik in the last offensive. Up until then, he was brigade commander.
And when was that offensive? When did he fall?
It was in the May offensive, if I'm not wrong, that is, either April or May 1999.
And to be clear, before Chamil Ilazi, was anybody in command of Brigade 162?
Komandant brigada
There wasn't any brigade commander, but there was a commander of the unit for Kaçanik, and that was Akim Bayrami.
And was Chamil Ilazi known by any other names or pseudonyms or nicknames?
po, Shamili
Yes, Chamil Ilazi was also Commander Barde because of his grey hair. So his hair had gone grey, and that is why his pseudonym was Commandant Barde.
Do you know Rafis Seydiu?
edhe një herë se
Once again, please, the name, unless it was pronounced wrongly.
Pronounced it wrongly. Rafiz Seydiu.
po Kaçak
Yes, he was part of the Kosovo Liberation Army in the Neradima operational zone.
And what was his role within the zone, if you recall?
nuk kujtohet.
I cannot recall his role, but he is now the chair of the Veterans Association in Ferizaj.
Do you recall whether he was attached to the zone staff or to a brigade, for example?
Nuk besoj që ka
I do not believe that he was part of the zone staff. He could have been part of the units of Brigade 161 of Ahmed Kachikos.
And do you recall whether he was known by any nicknames or pseudonym at the time in 98 or 99?
not
In 1999, I do not know of him having a pseudonym.
Have you ever heard of him being referred to as the engineer?
po e kanë thënë
Yes, sometimes people called him the engineer because he was an engineer by profession.
And do you recall what village he was from?
jo nuk më
No, I cannot recall that.
And do you recall what municipality he was from?
po komuna e Fer
Yes, it was Ferizaj municipality.
I'd like to call up P01508 and P01508ET side by side, and it's only one page, so we'll go to that page. Witness, there's two documents on your screen, on the left in Albanian and on the right in English. Do you recognize the document on the left side of your screen in Albanian?
po më duket si gazetë.
I think it looks like a newspaper.
And who does the person in the picture look like?
Në fotografi jam unë.
In the photograph, that's me.
And so we can see, perhaps if we zoom a little bit at the top of the document in both of them, that it refers to Zeri Kosoves, and the date is 1st of October 1998. And I'm going to start reading from the third question and answer, which in the Albanian goes from the second to the third column, and in the English we would please need to go to the second page where it's at the top. And before I read, witness, do you remember giving any interviews to Zeri Kosoves around the time of this publication, October 98?
Jo,
No, I do not recall that.
So I'm going to read the question and the answer, and then I have a question for you. Zeri Kosoves. Initially, the KLA was known for its units, whereas now there is talk of a higher level of organization. What was it that influenced its organization? Commander Sokoli. In the beginning, the KLA started off with the small guerrilla units because it operated under different and obviously more difficult circumstances, with both the occupier and even our own people accusing us as individuals in the service of the Serbian Secret Service, Arkan, calling us terrorists and whatnot. However, following the public appearance of the KLA soldiers during the funeral ceremony of the teacher Halit Getsi and the massacre the Serbs did in Prekaz, there was a change of circumstances. People began to see more clearly, and they supported the KLA openly by attending the protests, joining the KLA ranks, providing support, and offering shelter for the soldiers. This helped the KLA grow at a speed which exceeded even our own expectations. As it grew during the fighting, the KLA began to consider a new organization in order to match the new reality. And so, a regular military organization was done, starting with the squads, platoons, companies, battalions, brigades, and so on. And do you recall providing information of this nature to Zeri Kosoves?
Yes.
No, I do not recall that. But you have to bear in mind the fact that these statements could have been statements for the purposes of propaganda, that we are organized, we're strong, and so on. And in every sort of war, armies never admit that there are losses, but always exaggerate their wins. And we, the Kosovo Liberation Army, tried to be as vociferous as possible, if not even more so, in terms of our army, because our army needed stronger propaganda.
Now, we established that the photo along with this article is yours, and we see that the answer is attributed to a Commander Sokoli. Would that be you?
I am the one in the photograph, but I do not remember the interview.
Yes, and Commander Sokoli, I believe you've already told us, is one of the nicknames or pseudonyms you had in the war, right?
I did have this pseudonym, Sokoli, as well as others like Gazetari, but the majority of the time people knew me by name and surname. In particular, at the time of the writing of this article in Zeri Kosovas, I was known by name and surname.
And Zeri Kosovas is the publication that you, before this time, were an editor of, or I think you said on the editorial board, right?
Yes, but not at this time. I had worked there a year earlier.
And from what you know about the publication, they wouldn't publish words ascribing them to you
Objection
if they
leading.
didn't know if it was incorrect that they were yours.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Well, they could have published inaccurate words also because we were conducting propaganda. Even when I was part of the editorial board, we were carrying out propaganda for the KLA. So it could be that they could have put a statement that was exaggerated by a member of the editorial board.
And to be clear, are you saying that somebody could say words or say things as propaganda and then they'd be published by Zeri? Or are you saying something different?
Yes, they could have used words like that, sir, and they could have used those and put together an article which served the objective of the war and our war effort and the propaganda for it.
And from what you know in your experience as a member of the editorial board with Zeri Kosovas, would they have published words and said that you were saying them when you hadn't said such words, regardless of whether they were propaganda or not?
I did not understand the question. I'm really sorry, but there is interference in my headset.
I'm asking you, you told us that you were a member of the editorial board of Zeri Kosovas before October 98, right?
Yes.
And based on what you know, and due to your involvement with Zeri, in terms of their practices, would they publish an article saying Commander Sokoli said this, when in fact Commander Sokoli had not said that to Zeri?
We mostly received writings with pseudonyms, and they were published with these pseudonyms in Zeri Kosovas. This was the policy of the editorial board. We published them using pseudonyms. I'm referring to the period of time when I was a member of the board.
Reading from the next question and answer. Zeri Kosoves, since you mentioned the brigades, have you heard of 131 Brigade? Commander Sokoli. Yes, I have heard of it on TV from the, quote, Information Directorate of the Ministry of Defense, end quote. A ministry which obviously has its offices based somewhere in the moon and its directorate at some satellite. To tell the truth, the attempts from the, quote, institutionalists, end quote, did not end even after their leader's statement that, quote, FARC, unquote, forces do not exist, that, quote, FARC, unquote, was a Serbian fabrication, etc., quote, FARC, unquote, operate through the headquarters based somewhere in Albania, from where they receive instructions on how to enter illegally wearing Kosovo Liberation Army uniforms in order to cause harm to the army and our people's fight for freedom. Such attempts failed, especially during the offensive launched by the Serbian occupiers. The brigade or Zone 3 commander, as Tahir Zemai prefers to call himself, the former ordinary prisoner, the former KOS, Yugoslav Military Counterintelligence Service, major, the person in charge of the operation to kill Recep Mala and Nuhi Berisha, will answer for everything he and they did, as per the warning of the KLA's Communique 53, which was censored or not published, not for the first time, by the media, a decision which can only favor attempts like that. And witness, do you recall providing information of this nature to Zeri Kosoves at any time?
Yes, Mr. Hodai.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the witness should be informed about the Rule 151 before answers to this question. Thank you.
Say that again, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness should be informed about the rights of the Rule 151 before answers to this question, just to inform him about his rights. Actually, I object the question, or on behalf of the client, I would like to.
We reminded him that when we began today.
Okay, but I think he has to know these rights, because I don't know if he remembered again. Thank you.
Go on, please.
So, witness, I was asking you whether you recall providing such information to Zeri Kosoves at any time.
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall giving such information.
We can take the document down. And witness, do you recall a ceasefire around October or November 1998?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Do you recall ever receiving any orders or instructions not to go on fighting in 1998, October or November?
Nuk e kuptova pyetjen.
I didn't understand the question.
November 98, do you recall there ever being a time when somebody told you to stop fighting? Let's start from there.
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I don't recall it.
And Your Honor, with your leave, I'd like to call up, pursuant to Rule 142, 143 to B and C, prior statement.
Yes, go ahead.
And I'd like to call up SITF 00223935-00223961, and we'll go from the penultimate paragraph on page ending 223944 until the end of the second paragraph on the following page. And in Albanian, it's the same. I see it's on the screen already for the record. It's the same ERN-ET and the same page references. So witness, in this case, on your screen on the left in Albanian and on the right in English, we have pages from your 2001 statement to the ICTY, which we've looked at, I believe, yesterday. And I'm going to read a part of what you said, and then I have some questions. They kept these positions until the ceasefire in the beginning of November 1998. Then they returned to their barracks. We made a commitment not to attack each other. The agreement was that there would be no movement of VJ or KLA. The Serbs used this time to reposition themselves, especially along the Charaleva Gorge, which meant that the ceasefire was broken. We gave all the positions to OSCE, especially in the Neradim zone, because this is where they used their positions to attack Rechak. They took up these new locations around late December. During this time, there was 36 KLA soldiers out of approximately 100 killed, and others were captured in the Pastrik zone, including in this number were 3 from the Neradim zone. This was all done during the ceasefire. I know this because there were survivors and they were able to tell me what happened. The Serbs shot them in an ambush in the suburbs of Prizren because they were importing weapons from Albania. The Serbs got a large part of the weapons. The first group had a guard ahead of them, and the rest were in small groups and not far from each other. It was dark, and they were on foot and carrying the weapons. In the agreement, it stated that we could not move from our positions or enter into armed conflict. But there was nothing about not arming ourselves. We had the right to self-defense. With the OSCE escort, the Serbs could move from place to place, but not take up a position. We were ordered by KLA main HQ not to break the agreement, because we believed that the future of Kosovo would be advanced and as the situation would be worked out through dialogue. There were no retaliations for the 36 KLA soldiers killed. Is that correct, witness?
Po, edhe pse në një
Yes, although I noticed the mistake, which is that at that time there was no central staff but the general staff of the KLA.
And witness, to be clear, the excerpt in English reads, we were ordered by KLA main HQ not to break the agreement. Is there something you want to clarify in relation to that?
po ne kemi pasur
Yes, we had an order from the general staff not to engage in fighting, to comply with the terms of the agreement between Holbrooke and Milosevic.
We can take that document down. And witness, a few moments ago, you told us that Isaac Musliu Cherchizi was the military police commander within the Neradim zone, right?
po ishte
Correct. He was the commander of the military police company.
I'd like to call up U017-3163-U017-3194. The English is the same with -ET at the end. And I would like to go to the first page, please. Thank you. And for now, we can zoom out also in the Albanian so we can see the header as well. Yes. And witness, so on the left, you have a document in Albanian, on the right in English. And we'll now zoom in. Can we zoom in a little bit more, trying to capture still all the words on the page, if possible? Yes, that's good. Thank you. So witness, I'm just giving you a moment to have a look at the document in Albanian on the left. And do you know whether you've seen this document before?
Nuk e kam pa këtë
I have not seen this document before, at least I cannot recall it.
We can see that this is a KLA Nerodim OZ military police request from Cherkis as MP commander, military police commander, stating in part the following. Should the military police company have a depot for its own needs? This was once allowed, only to be shut down later on strict orders from the NOZ, allegedly in accordance with the CS Central Staff rules. Witness, my question is, do you recall any orders from the Nerodim zone concerning a depot?
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I don't recall this request.
And to be clear, what I'm asking is if you remember something mentioned in this request, which is an order from the Nerodim zone to shut down a depot.
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I don't recall it. We had many requests from the military police, from brigades, because we lacked ammunition, weaponry, even military uniforms, lack of food, supplies, and so on. So there were many requests sent to the Nerodim operational zone.
We can take this document down, and instead I'd like to call up P00784, and we'll look at the first page. Thank you. And witness, there is an image on your screen. Can you tell us whether you recognize the image?
Po e njoh si foto.
I do know the image.
Who and what occasion, if you recall, it depicts?
Në fotografia më
I am depicted in this photograph, Fatmir Limaj and Mr. Hashim Thaçi. I do not recognize the other persons. I don't know when this photograph was taken.
And to be clear, are you the first person on the left that we see in this image?
po.
Correct.
You is that Fatmir Limaj?
Kështu po më duket.
He looks like him. He's wearing glasses though, and it's a bit difficult to recognize him.
And perhaps we can zoom in a little bit. Thank you. And then you mentioned Hashim Thaçi. Is that the person next to the one who could be Fatmir Limaj?
Kështu po duket pse
He seems to be Hashim Thaçi, although the quality of the photograph is poor.
So that would be the third person from the left?
Correct.
And do you have any idea of where or when this would have been taken?
Jo nuk kam.
No, I have no idea who took the photograph.
I didn't ask who took it. I'm asking where the photograph was taken or when.
Po e thash se nuk kam.
As I said, I have no idea where and when was this photograph taken. I cannot recall it.
Your Honor, with your leave, I'd like to call up a prior statement under Rule 1432, B and C.
Yes, go ahead.
And we can take the document down and instead please call up IT 03 66 P160A-TR-ET, and we'll read from page 42, line 16, until page 44, line 7. And in Albanian, it's the same ERN, but -80. And there it will be from page 43, line 1, to page 44, line 16. So witness, this is from your 2003 statement. I'm going to read some questions and answers, and then I have a question for you. And just for your knowledge, there is going to be mention of a document, and the document is the same one that we just looked at, the picture we just looked at. But I would like to show you a few pictures for the purpose of the tape. The first one is numbered U0033239. Can you remember where this picture is from? Well, I don't know about the circumstances where this photo was taken. I think it had been at the main headquarters, or probably during the visit that members of the main headquarters were paying to me. Answer: so I used to have a beard in the first period of fighting. Question: okay, so you think that this would be in the headquarters in Kormir then? Answer: no, this is not Kormir. I don't think it's Kormir. Answer: it's after November 98 or after my return from Albania. And then the excerpt proceeds with you identifying the persons similar to those that you've identified today. And now, witness, we see that here you said you think it was at the main headquarters or probably during the visit that members of the headquarters were paying to you. Is that correct, your recollection?
I'm going to object, Mr. President. If he's going to put it to him, he should put the whole paragraph back to him as to what he said, particularly line 22 and 23.
Your Honor, I'm happy to read the whole thing I said. I didn't because it's... Yeah. So...
Read the rest of it, please.
So I stopped at, can you just for the purposes of the tape, can you tell us which persons you recognize on this photo? Answer: it's me here. Then the person wearing glasses is Fatmir Nimai. Further next in the middle is Hashim Thaçi. The other two I don't. Question: what position would you say Fatmir Nimai had at this time? Answer: I think he must have been a member of the main headquarters, the general staff. It must have been November. Question: and it's the same, where's the position of Hashim Thaçi then? Answer: he must have been in the political directorate at this time. Question: but you don't remember the actual location that picture was taken? Answer: no. Now, witness, as I was saying, initially you said you think it had been at the main headquarters or probably during the visit that members of the main headquarters were paying to you.
Just a moment, please.
And that's the portion that I object to, the paraphrasing of that portion of what was read to the witness. It should be page 42, lines 22 to 25. The prosecutor is skipping the first sentence, or first part of that sentence, and then repackaging it without that qualification. And I think it should be read in its entirety if it's going to be put to him that what he said was.
Your Honor, I read the entire excerpt, and then after I was finished reading the entire excerpt, I went back and focused on something the witness said there, and I asked him if it's correct. That's where we're at.
That's what I thought he was doing.
Since it's already read, I can read it out in front of the witness.
Sorry, why would you do that?
No, you can do that later if you wish to, but in cross-examination, but right now, what's your objection? It's not complete?
Yes, because a key part of what he said is being left out. And
If
now,
there was something left out, please read it.
I have no idea what was left out, Your Honor.
may I read it out? Or ask the witness to
Just
read the
point
vote?
out the line that it's on.
I'm looking at a hard, well. Okay, it should be page 42, beginning at line 22. Yes, and the lines 22 and 23. And instead, the question is being put 24 and 25 without 22 and 23.
Your Honor, perhaps counsel wasn't listening when I read it, but I read the lines that he mentioned.
Mr. President, I've listened the question, and we can reread the question as posed. You said, and the way it was posed was, you said this photo was taken at the main headquarters or probably during the visit.
Read the whole thing, including that paragraph, once more so that we can move on.
Yes, Your Honor, emphasis on the once more because I did read that. I will go again. Witness, I will start again in this excerpt. The question was, but I would like to show you a few pictures for the purpose of the tape. The first one is numbered U0033239. Do you, can you remember where this picture is from? And your answer is, well, I don't know about the circumstances where this photo was taken. I think it had been at the main headquarters or probably during the visit that members of the main headquarters were paying to me. And my question to you now, witness, is having read this, do you think that's correct, that it could have been at the main headquarters or during a visit that members of the main headquarters were paying to you?
Realisht nuk më kujtohet.
I do not recall this, meaning where this was taken. And in my statement, I was not certain where or when was this taken.
We can take the statement down. Witness, could you tell us where you were based in January of 1999?
Në janar të 99-s.
In January 99, right?
Në fshatin Mullapolës.
In the village of Mulapolts.
And to your recollection, were you in Mullapolts for the entirety of January 1999?
Po bazën e kum pas aty.
I was based there, I was stationed there, my command was there. However, I moved around within the war territory.
Do you recall where in January 1999 you moved? So if you weren't in Mullapolts in January 1999, where were you?
Po unë kam lëviz në atë.
I moved in that territory. I am not able to remember specifically the locations where I went. My battalion, the command, was in Yezerts. Another part of it was in Ransk, Brechak, Petrov. These were under the command of Brigade 161. And the command of the Nerodim operational zone was based there as well.
And to be clear, when you say the command of the Nerodim operational zone was based there, do you mean Yezerts, Petrov, or somewhere else? Sorry.
Në janar po flas.
In January, the command of the Nerodim operational zone was in Elopolts, as well as the command of Brigade 161, Ahmed Kachiku. Brigade 161, because at that time, Ahmed Kachik was still the commander of this brigade.
And to your knowledge, did anyone from the KLA General Staff visit the Neradim operational zone around January 99?
Tash nuk më kujtohet.
I'm not able to recall it now.
I'd like to call up Exhibit 1D00033 alongside 1D0, well, with the same with ET at the end. And we'll start from page in both SPOE 00226-336, please. Thank you. If we could zoom out just a little, or actually scroll down in the Albanian just so we see the top and the bottom. Thank you. Witness, the document on the left is in Albanian handwritten, and on the right is its English translation. Do you recognize the page from this document on the left of your screen in Albanian?
Si shkrim po e shoh që
I see the handwriting is in Albanian, but I do not know who's the author.
Do you happen to recognize the signature at the bottom of the page?
ju.
No.
And just above that signature, we see a reference to the KLA GS team concluded its 3-day mission at Narodima OZ headquarters in Molapolts on 8/1/1999. And witness, my question is, do you recall such a visit from the KLA GS in Molapolts in January of 99?
Kujtohet që kanë qenë
I remember that some of the officers were in the oath ceremony, but I don't think this occurred in January. It must have been in December.
Which oath ceremony are you referring to?
po një zerç është realizuar një
An oath ceremony took place in Jezerz regarding some soldiers who were members of the battalion of Jezerz.
Who do you recall? You mentioned officers being in attendance for that ceremony in Yazert, the oath ceremony.
kujtohet se ka qenë
I recall, if I'm not mistaken, Salih Veseli was present. Recep Selimi was present. And I don't know about the others.
And what was Salih Veseli's role at the time of this oath ceremony?
nuk e kam ditur.
I did not know exactly, but I know that it was in the operational one, which was led by Muslim Zurabi.
And was that within the KLA General Staff?
Me sa e di unë.
From what I know, yes.
And what, if anything, did Salih Veseli say during this oath ceremony, if he said anything?
Nuk di.
I do not know as to whether he had a speech or anybody had a speech, but I know that I spoke to the soldiers, I addressed the soldiers of the company, I read out the text of the oath, then they signed it, and that was the end of the ceremony.
Do you recall whether Recep Selimi spoke on that occasion?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I cannot remember him speaking, but Recep Selimi was present, though.
And at the time when Recep Selimi was present for the ceremony, what did you understand his role or position to be in the KLA?
Realisht aty është
He came there as a member of the General Staff.
And I'd like to turn in this same document to the page ending 226-336, please.
That is the same page we're on right now.
That's correct, thank you. And witness, in fact, if we can zoom on the top entry on this page, please. Witness, over here, this is the same page, as I've been reminded, and we see a reference to 8/1/1999 Yeserts, and then the text reads, "We take part in the 161 Brigade, 1st Battalion, 2nd Company Soldiers' Oath Ceremony. We greet the soldiers of the company on behalf of KLA GS. There was a successful parade by a Rapid Intervention Unit platoon and a reconnaissance platoon before the oath ceremony." Now, witness, you told us that this oath ceremony in Jezerts could have been in, I believe you said December of 98. Is it possible that the date on this document is more accurate, the 8th of January of 99?
nuk mund ta kujtoj.
I cannot remember, but I know end of December, 8th of January, perhaps it's quite later on. I cannot be sure about that.
And do you recall if there was one or more oath ceremonies in Yezerts where Recep Selimi and Salih Veseli were present with you around that time in December and January?
Po aty ka pasur
Well, there were also civilians there, the soldiers of the company that took the oath, as well as the soldiers of the special unit who performed in the two ways, so as part of the ceremony, of the oath-taking ceremony.
You told us that the oath ceremony you recall in Yezerts, amongst others, there was yourself, Recep Selimi, and Salih Veseli. Do you recall whether Recep Selimi and Salih Veseli were there for one or for more than one oath ceremony in Yezerts?
me sa
From what I remember, they were in this oath ceremony, because then later on there was harsh fighting, and the public knows about these, and it was not possible for us to conduct an oath ceremony of other soldiers.
So to be clear, to your recollection, Recep Selimi and Salih Veseli, along with yourself, only attended one oath ceremony together in Yezerts, right?
po
Yes, just one ceremony. But it wasn't just us. My deputy was there, the chief of staff, civilians were there of the area, so there were quite a lot of people there.
Answer a few moments ago, you said, in fact, well, there were also civilians there, the soldiers of the company that took the oath, as well as the soldiers of the special unit who performed in two ways. So as part of the ceremony, of the oath-taking ceremony, who are the soldiers of the special unit that performed in the two ways?
po kemi pas një si
There was a special unit. It was a small unit composed of around 20 KLA soldiers who at the time were being trained to take responsibility as a special unit which would undertake tasks later on, tasks which would be very important because where the front line was, this special unit would intervene and it would push back the front line or positions which we had lost, and it would bring them to the control of the KLA. So very special tasks.
And who was in charge of the special unit that you're just describing?
Kaçan
It was Commander Murtaya. Name and surname Sadiq Bega, he's a martyr now.
We're going to go back to the oath ceremony a little later, but for now, just to stay in this document, could we please go back a few pages to the page ending 226329? And witness, again, this is another page from the same document. And we see that at the top of this page, there's a reference to 06/01/1999 Mulapolts and to the Neradim operational zone. My question, witnesses, we can see some letters and symbols highlighted in purple. Do you have any idea what those could refer to?
Nuk I kuptoj.
I do not understand what they are about.
Let's turn to the next page, 226330, please. And here at point number 2 on this page, witness, we see full speech and detailed report by Neradim OZ Commander Shukri Bouya. And my question is, do you recall giving a speech and a detailed report in Mulapolts in or around January 99?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I cannot remember this reporting. I cannot remember that.
And on the same page, in fact, the point just below the one I read out, it reads 3, problem with 162 Brigade. It is not an operation, even though it has the potential and enough soldiers. And witness, do you recall if there were any such problems with the Brigade 162 not being an operation despite having enough soldiers?
Yes, sir.
Mr. President, I just note for the record that these questions are based on the proposition that the document is from January, and I'd ask for foundation for that in either the original or in the translation.
Yes, Your Honor, we just looked at a page earlier that refers at the top to 6/1/1999. We also looked at another page that refers to the 8th of January 1999, and the event on the 8th of January 99, the witness recalls it was either in December 98 or January 99.
Am I not correct? This says 6/11/1999?
Yes, this page says 6/11/99, which I can clarify with the witness.
Please do so.
So let's please go back to...
Mr. Tisch, something else?
I think if we could look in the original at what it says, it might be helpful as well.
Yes, so let's please go back to page ending 6329. And here, witness, at the top of this page, can you confirm you see in Albanian 06/01/1999 Mulapolts and Neradim operational zone?
Yes, I see that.
And you told us earlier that you were based in Mulapolts in January of 1999, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go to the next page, which is the one we're looking at. So 6330. And here, witness, do you see that at the top of this page, it refers to Molopolz 6/11/1999, and then with the Nerdim OZ command. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
To your recollection, was the Nerdim Operational Zone Command in Molopolz on the 6th of November 1999?
Po e ka pas.
Yes, it was in Molopolz.
And at that time, was that still within the KLA or some other entity?
Pjesë e ushtrisë shqiptare.
Part of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And do you recall a visit by the KLA General Staff in November of 1999?
Nuk më kujtohet që
I do not recall a visit in November.
At point 3 of this page, we see problem with 162 Brigade. It is not in operation, even though it has the potential and enough soldiers. Witness, could you tell us when Brigade 162 was in operation?
Brigade 162 commenced at the same time as 161 as the brigade, but in terms of structuring, completing the command, the soldiers, the whole military structure. Please bear in mind that this was a wartime and there were a lot of difficulties, and actually difficulties in terms of supply were even greater. And the structuring was not completed of the brigades, of the staff of the zone, even by the end of the war. So we continued to work all the time in terms of the structuring of our units during our liberation war.
And you said it commenced at the same time as the 161 Brigade. When was that?
We started off organizing the brigades at the end of October 1998, and we continued with the structuring, the organization of these brigades later. Sometime November, December, that's when the organizing into battalions, companies, as well as other parts which are necessary for its operation. But it was a process which continued, not within a short amount of time, but it continued nonetheless with various steps to structure these units.
And in this context, when you refer to November or December, which year is that?
This is about 1998.
And could we now turn to page 00226334, please? Now, if we zoom in on the second entry on this page, thank you. So witness, this is another page from the same document we've been discussing, and as you can see, it reads 07/01/1998, and it says visit the mountain peak between Popos and Lanishta. And my first question is, to your recollection, are Popos and Lanishta within the Nerdim operational zone or somewhere else?
Lanish, Topila, and those other villages were part of the Nerdim operational zone. But there was a unit which was active there, which did not come under the Nerdim operational zone command. So it was a battalion, a company, in fact, to start off with, which was a surveillance company, a reconnaissance company of the General Staff.
And who was in charge of that company of the General Staff that you just mentioned?
company.
So it was a company and later became a battalion. And we called them Commander Guri's soldiers.
And how did you learn about this company that later became a battalion?
Well, this was there earlier as well, also at the time before the restructuring of the Neradima operational zone. But these soldiers insisted that they should be part of the Kumanova 121 brigade. But because of the territorial division of the Tsaralev Gorge and the difficulties to communicate with the command of the 121st Brigade, then what happened was that a unit was established, or a company rather, this reconnaissance company, which was later called the battalion, the reconnaissance battalion.
Let's please go to, in the same document, page ending 226350. Thank you. And witness again, this is another page from the same document we've been looking at. And at the top, we can see a reference to 7/1/1999, and then work of the Commission on defining OZ, and then Neradima asterisk in highlights. First of all, witness, are you familiar with a commission on defining OZ, operational zones?
No, I was not aware of this.
On this page, we see a number of what appear to be locations, but we can start. So one of the first ones we see is Plosh Pastrik. Are you aware of a location called or known as Plosh?
Could you repeat the question, please?
The page we see reference to Plosh-Pastrik. Are you aware of a location or a village or town called or known as Plosh?
I cannot remember anything like
that. Name down, we see Prevalats-Pastrik. Do you know somewhere known as Prevalats?
Preval, yes. Prevalats, no, I do not recognize that.
Preval then, was Preval in Pastrik or somewhere else?
I do not know exactly.
We can take this document down. And can we please call up U001-2063-U001-2101 alongside the English translation, which is the same ERN-ET revised 1. And in both, let's please go to page 2085. Now, witness, this is a different document on your screen. On the left is in English, and on the right is in Albanian. And yes, if for now we can zoom out in the Albanian at least. Thank you. Witness, have you seen the page on your screen on the left in Albanian? Have you seen that before?
No.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
No.
I will read the entry at the top of this page, and then I have a question. It reads, Daily Report. On 8 January 1999, from 8:30, the military oath was taken, with the participation also of many senior commanders of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff, including the commander of the Neradima operational zone at Jezertsa. It was carried out for the battalion commander, the deputy, as well as the commander, and many soldiers coming from all positions in the Neradima zone at Jezertsa. The oath ceremony lasted until 1320. We swear Kele. 8 January 1999, Meti. Witness, I actually cannot recall right now if you told us if you know who Meti is. If you know, or can you repeat that if you did?
I do not know who Meti is. It could have been a soldier, I do not know.
And the information in this excerpt that I just read out to you, does that correspond to your recollection of the oath ceremony you described to us earlier, at which Recep Selimi and Salih Veseli were also present?
It could be. It could correspond to what happened, but I cannot confirm it exactly.
We can take the document down, and instead, let's please call up P00647 alongside P00647 ET. So while the English translation comes up, witness, on the right-hand side of the screen, can you see a document in Albanian, partially typed and partially handwritten?
Yes, I see it, but I've never seen it before.
And now I'm going to ask to turn to the last page of the document in both English and Albanian. And if we scroll, that's good, yes, for now. And witness, we see on the left in Albanian, this is a page which at the top refers to 20th January 99, and then has signatures and stamps. Do you recognize any of the signatures on this page?
I see my name there, and there's a handwriting which I believe is mine.
Okay. And the date at the top, 20th January 1999, do you recall whether that would have been when you signed this document?
I do not remember that.
And we can take the document down. And witness, do you recall ever writing any notes or articles or chapters or books in 1998 or 99 or concerning 1998 or 99?
Many books were written. There are many untruths in books too, many exaggerations, and it really is something that puts out a lot of things that are unclear about that period.
And did you yourself ever write any note or article, a chapter or a book, published or not?
că mund të ketë ndonjë
There could be a speech of mine, but a book per se I have not written. There could be an excerpt from a speech of mine, or perhaps an article that might have been published, but not books or a lengthy article, no.
And do you recall whether you ever provided anything you wrote either in 98 or 99 or about that time to anyone?
nuk më kujtohet.
I do not recall that.
You know, I think it's a good time for a break because what I have to do next might take a little longer.
All right, witness, we will break for lunch now. You'll have an hour and a half. We'll come back at 2:30. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom, and you may go with the court usher now to leave the room. Thank you. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Patch, have you got an answer for us on whether you can do the update on witnesses by Thursday?
By tomorrow, yes, Your Honor. It's usually due Thursday, so we'll get it by tomorrow, close of business. There is something we're needing to look into, and I'm sure everyone understands that it also is greatly, or at least partially, impacted by whether this witness is held over or not, but we'll send it tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in. We'll take 10 minutes at 3:30, as has been the practice. Mr. Bouya, we take it up again. We will be still with the SPO. Please give them your attention. Mr. Potts, you have the floor.
Thank you. And could we please call up SPOE 00227462 SPOE 00227503 alongside the English translation, which is the same ERN with -ET, and we'll start on the first page, please. And witness, on your screen we see a new document. On the left in Albanian and on the right is the English translation. And we can see that the heading reads, "What was the strategy of closing the Charalev-Lapushnik Gorge?" And witness, my first question is whether you recognize the page in Albanian.
Po, është një dokument.
Yes, this is a document.
You recognize this document?
Jo.
No.
And I'd like to turn to the next page, 7463, and we could please zoom in on the first 3 lines. Witness, this is the next page, the second page from this item, and I'm going to read to you from a part of it. And we see the heading, "On 6 June, I am appointed commander of the Neredim Operational Subzone. On 6 June 1998, I am appointed by the KLA General Staff to be commander of the Neredim Operational Subzone, which subzone included the territory from Fushtiц up to Globočić." And witness, my question is, do you agree that this implies the document purports to have been written by you?
Këtu po e shoh një gabim se në
I see a mistake here. This was not in June, on the 6th of June. I was appointed in July instead. This might be an omission I might have made at the time I drafted this, if I did so.
Recall having drafted this?
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I don't remember, but I see the mistake I mentioned because the date of 6th of June is wrong.
If we could go to the page 227491, and we can zoom in on the bottom half of that page in both versions, please. Yes, and I'm going to read from the last, let's say, 5 or 6 sentences on this page, witness, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. I appeared in the media for the first time in Klečka. At that time, the spokesman of the Kosovo Liberation Army, Jakub Krasniqi, together with Yahi Ibrahimi, gave the first public interview with TVSH. This, I recall, was also the first appearance of representatives of the Kosovo Liberation Army before the public. The first public appearance was for me as emotional as it was dangerous. The reason for this was that I had my family in the village, and I put the whole region I came from in danger. But the greatest danger I saw was for my older brother, Rame, who was in Pristina. Witness, it's correct that you have a brother called Rame, isn't it? Is it?
Yes, that's correct.
You told us earlier today that you, in fact, were present during Jakub Krasniqi's first televised appearance as a spokesperson for the KLA. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you recall having written the information that I just read out to you?
Yok.
No, I do not recall this information.
To be clear, first of all, is the information I read out consistent with your recollection of those events, the appearance with Jakub Krasniqi, for example?
Po Jakub Krasniqi.
Yes, Jakub Krasniqi made the first public appearance as the spokesperson of the Kosovo Liberation Army in June '98.
What I read starts with, I appeared in the media for the first time in Klečka. And witness, could you clarify whether when you appeared in the media with Jakub Krasniqi, besides being his first public appearance for the KLA, was that also your first media appearance with the KLA?
Po, unë jam
Yes, I made my first appearance together with Jakub Krasniqi in Klečka.
And if we can now turn to the page ending 227470, and we'll go from the subheading there. Witness, this is another page from the same item. I'm going to read from the subheading we can see in bold, and then ask you a question. Why Shukri Buya withdrew from the TMK? I withdrew from the TMK because I did not agree with the flow of its further transformation. We had agreed that the Kosovo Liberation Army would be transformed, not FARC, the Armed Forces of the Republic of Kosovo, and many Albanian, handwritten Magyupe, and Shkia, and Serbs together, because many distinguished KLA commanders and soldiers remained on the streets of our cities. They took up selling small items such as cigarettes, etc. I, as their former commander during the war, since I could not influence things to be better for them, I wanted to join them in their fate. And witness here, as you can see, we have a header referring to Shukri Buya, and below that heading, multiple references to the first person, I. And do you agree this implies this item purports to have been written by you?
Këtu nuk po duket se kam shkruar unë.
It doesn't appear that I wrote this, but that I was asked instead and that I declared this.
And do you recall ever being asked and declaring information of the nature as that I've been reading to you from this item?
Realisht kjo intervistë nuk po më kujtohet.
I do not recall this interview.
From the TMK at any point?
Po jam tërhequr.
Yes, I did.
Let's turn to page 227463, please, and we'll zoom in on the last 5 lines on those pages. Witness, this is another page from the same item. I'm going to read an excerpt and then ask you a question or questions. In the village of Jezerts, we also established the school for preparing the soldiers and officers. Meanwhile, in the village of Devetak, we also had the school for special units. Witness, are you familiar with these schools?
No, we did not have a school in Devetak. In Jezerts, some soldiers were trained towards the end of the war in April.
And let's please now turn to the page ending 227473, and there I'll read from the first few, from the last 2 lines there until the first few lines on the following page. Witness again, I'm going to read an excerpt from this item. Handwritten. From Drenitsa, by order of the GS, the unit comprised of 5 individuals was sent off. K. Commanders Cheliku, Komanov, A. Bairami, Topi, and Shukribuya, led by Cheliku, in order to set up in Kletsk. The plan was to set up in Kletsk, in Pagarush. A. Bairami and I split off from the group, brackets the unit, close brackets, to continue on to Molapolts, where the base would be set up in order to carry out the duties that Agim and I were charged with. And then crossed out, we have the words General of the KLA, we receive new assignments, and then we have who charged Agim, crossed out, Bairami and me to act in the territory of Saharek and Kachanik. And then we see, in this territory, we were appointed with a duty to organize the Kosovo Liberation Army for the municipalities of Lipjan, Stime, Ferezai, and Kachanik. Meanwhile, the General Staff charged me with the very responsible duty of handling the coordination of actions from Kachanik up to Kletsk. Handwritten, this territory would later be known as the Neradim subzone. And witness, my question is, does the information I read out to you correspond with your recollection of the events described therein?
Jo, jam pak
No, they are a bit elaborated. I intervened in order to rectify and improve some incorrect paragraphs. There are a lot of exaggerations in this writing.
And what do you mean when you say you intervene to correct and improve some incorrect paragraphs?
po shumë kaq gjithë shkrimi duket se është më shumë
The whole writing seems to be more of an artistic nature rather than fact-based. I tried to establish the truth based on my recollection at the time, and I tried to indicate there in the writing that we went to Kleshka with a Gimbairami, and then from there, on the same night, we traveled with Sadiq Shala to my village, and then we set up in Molapolts. I have presented this in a concise manner with the improvements inserted there.
And do you recall who you presented this writing to?
Jo, në fakt nuk më kujtohet kush e
I don't recall who did this writing because somebody else did it. It's not my writing, but there are some improvements in there that seem to be, and they are my handwriting.
To clarify the handwriting we see on this page, for example, obviously in Albanian, you recognize that as your handwriting?
Ky shkrimi me dorë po më duket
The handwriting seems to be my handwriting, yes.
Let's next go to the page ending 227475, zooming in on the first 10 lines or so, please. Once again, witness, this is another page from the same item. And here we see, as I said from the beginning, we had been chosen by the General Staff to form the first units of the KLA in the, and then handwritten, subzone of Neradim. And is that correct in terms of, does it correspond to your recollection of events at the time?
Po në atë kohën kur është bërë shkrimi, sigurisht
At the time of this writing, certainly after the war, we exaggerated the organization and described the general staff, whereas in fact the organization of the zone started in July and we continued without knowing precisely how this would be structured. This is more of a propaganda or artistic book or writing, and I tried to make some corrections and improvements to it.
And let's please turn to the page ending 227493, and we can zoom in on the second paragraph there. Witness, this is another page from the same item. I'm going to read an excerpt and then I have some questions. In the early hours of 15 January 1999, the occupiers, led by soldiers, police, paramilitaries, and criminals deployed with one or more elite units, also led by some Skipfoles, phony Albanians, first came the shelling, which was very powerful. Rechak was shelled from all sides, such as from Pod I Gesteniave, from Cheste, from Pishat, and elsewhere. It was impossible for the populace to be protected, regardless of how much we worked in all directions. The first ones to come to our aid were Commander Guri and his unit, which was acting with the Sabotage Reconnaissance Battalion that was directly connected to the General Staff. Now, witness, you testified earlier about Commander Guri, who was in charge of a unit under the General Staff that, if I remember correctly, said was based in Lanisht, so within your zone, but it was separate. Is that correct?
po kështu e thash dhe kështu ka qenë.
Yes, this is what I said, and this is how it was.
And the rest of this excerpt that I just read out to you talks about the Rechak attack in January. Is what is written here, does it correspond to your recollection of the events, of that event?
Po, për afërsisht.
Yes, in general terms, this is how it was.
Your Honor, we seek admission of this document.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
SPOE 00227462 to SPOE 00227503 is admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, the document and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01813, classification is confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you.
We can take the document down. And witness, you've testified and we've seen prior statements about you taking care of the supply of weapons. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe in May or around May and around August of 1998. Is that correct?
Jam marrë edhe me
I dealt also with the organizing the guerrilla units at the time, but most of the time I dealt with collecting and transporting weapons.
Were you involved in the collecting or transportation of weapons additionally in 1999 at any point then?
po në vitin 1999.
In 1999, I was more involved with the command and structure of the zone, whereas the logistics units dealt mostly with the supply matters, which were at the time starting to organize.
Do you recall going to Albania in January of 1999 in relation to the making arrangements for the supply lines of firearms and ammunition or other weapons?
No, it was impossible for me to go there in January because of the events around Recak. So I was in Kosovo at the time.
Do you recall going to Albania at any time between January and the NATO intervention in 1999?
I went there during a period of 4 or 5 days in Albania, shortly before the NATO intervention, but I do not recall the exact time.
Do you recall having received any orders or instructions to do so, to go to Albania for the purpose of obtaining weapons?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, with your leave, I'd like to call up a prior statement pursuant to Rule 143(2)(b) and C.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to call up SITF 00223935-00223961, and we'll look at page 223954, the penultimate paragraph. And in Albanian, it's the same ERN with -AT and the same page reference. And witness, just to orientate you, once again, this is from your 2001 statement to the ICTY. I'm going to read a passage and then ask you a question or questions. After the burial in Recak and before NATO intervention, I was assigned to the Karadak zone. Gilan is its biggest town in the zone. I was in a meeting with the command of the zone to coordinate the affairs of two zones, Neredim and Karadak zones, to coordinate the action of two brigades for future fighting. They were under-equipped by comparison to my zone, and there had been no fighting there yet, but it was beginning. I then went to Albania through Macedonia, and my order from KLA main HQ was to prepare the supply lines of firearms and ammunition because the Albanian border was blocked. I had to establish new routes. This was not an easy task. Is what you stated in this prior statement correct?
There are some mistakes. When it says I was assigned to the Karadak zone, the fact is that I went through the Karadak zone. Gilan was the biggest town in this zone. I had a meeting with the command of this zone. It's illogical for me to have been appointed in the Karadak zone and have a meeting with the command of the Karadak zone. The fact is that I went to this zone. They had not been engaged in fighting yet, and they were in the process of being consolidated.
And in this excerpt, you go on to say, I then went to Albania through Macedonia, and my order from KLA main HQ was to prepare the supply lines of firearms and ammunition because the Albanian border was blocked. Is that part correct?
This part is correct.
We can take this document down. Witness, do you recall any KLA orders for mobilization being issued around March or April 1999?
Kujtohet se ka qenë
I recall an order, but I do not remember the exact time.
And what do you recall that order to be concerning?
po ai urdhër ishte për të gjithë ata të cilët
This was an order for all those of an adult age from 18 to 40 or 60 years old to mobilize within the KLA and join the fighting for the liberation of Kosovo. This was a call for general mobilization.
Who issued this call for general mobilization?
ka qenë nga shtabi i përgjithshëm.
This came from the general staff, but I do not recall exactly who signed it.
Do you recall this having been in writing? You just can't recall who signed it, or did you learn about it some other way?
Jo, ky urdhër ka qenë me shkrim.
This order was in writing.
Where were you based in March of 1999?
Në Mullapols,
In Mullapols, the same place.
And around March of 99, were you ever present in Pushstenik?
nuk kam dëgjim.
I can't hear.
And you can repeat, in or around March of 1999, were you based or visiting Pushstenik?
Bazën nuk e kam pasur në
I was not stationed in Pustenik, but I had soldiers there in a company or a battalion, I don't remember.
And do you recall visiting Pushstenik or the area where you had those soldiers or battalion around March of 1999?
nuk di nëse ka qenë.
I do not know whether it was March, but upon returning from Albania through Macedonia, I visited the territory where the 162nd Brigade, Agim Bayrami, was operational, and it was in the context of these units that Pustenik's units were also acting.
And in terms of timing, you mentioned here your return from Albania to Macedonia. Do you recall when that was, roughly?
Kjo
This was when the NATO intervention commenced. I was there.
To be clear, when the NATO intervention commenced, where were you? Albania, Macedonia, Pushstenik, somewhere else?
jo, në
No, when at the very beginning, when NATO bombing started, I was in Albania, and then I immediately started off to enter Kosovo.
And do you recall roughly how many days it took you to get back to Kosovo from the moment that started?
fale kam dëgjimin.
I'm sorry, the volume is really low. I cannot hear very well.
Provoni atë.
Can we try again, please? It's better now. Thank you.
I'll repeat my question, witness. And that was, do you recall roughly how many days it took you to get back to Kosovo from the moment the bombing started?
Nuk e di sa.
I do not know exactly, but it could have been 4 to 5 days.
And you mentioned that upon your return, you visited the territory where the 162 Brigade was operational. Was there any particular reason why you visited at that time?
Well, I was going through that territory where the 162nd Brigade was acting to then get to the staff in Molapolz.
And do you recall how long you spent at visiting the Brigade 162 at this time?
Nuk më kujtohet sakt.
I cannot remember exactly, but it could be 1 or 2 nights.
And did you then go to Molapolz after that?
Nuk e di sakt.
I do not know exactly, but the difficulties of going through were quite a lot, so one had to make sure that one could go to Molapolz, so it could have been 1 or 2 days. Actually, 1 night or 2 nights, because it was through the night that we went.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, the NATO bombing starts, a few days later you cross and you're in the area of Brigade 162, and then 1 or 2 days or nights later you're back in Molapolz. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the area of responsibility of Brigade 162?
Well, primarily it was the territory of Kaçanik municipality and also Luzan.
Could you repeat the second? I heard Kaçanik. I didn't catch the second place that you mentioned.
Komuna e Lezhanit apo
Lezhan or Hanie Lezet.
And do you recall the names of any villages within Kaçanik?
po kanë qenë
There were quite a lot of villages, I do not know exactly, but where we went, the village was called the Building of Rabuye.
Do you recall whether Ivaya fell within the area responsibility of Brigade 162?
fshati i Vaj ka qenë
The village of Ivai was part of the area responsibility of the 162nd Battalion.
And when was that correct? Was that from the end of 98 throughout 99 until the end of the war?
Kjo ka qenë
This was in 1999. So this is when NATO bombing had started and it was around the end of the war.
And at the beginning of 1999, so for example in January of 1999, was Kaçanik already within the area of responsibility of Brigade 162?
po ka qenë në zonë
Yes, it was in its area of responsibility, but they didn't operate in this area of responsibility because they were still preparing their structures and positions.
Who operated within that area then?
vepronin si brigod.
So the brigade was acting as a brigade, but there weren't any fighting. They were being consolidated and they were trying to determine their bases, where they would be located, to organize the units of the brigade. That was their activity at that time.
And did Brigade 162 have a headquarters at any particular time in February or March 99?
Në këtë periudhë nuk
At this time, I do not know. In March, in February, definitely not. But in February, a part of the soldiers of the 162nd Brigade came to the aid of the units of the 161st in the area of responsibility of this brigade in the Stima municipality.
Do you recall what buildings or structures the KLA used in Ivaya in 1999?
I do not know what buildings in Ivai, because I didn't know all of the buildings that might have been used by 162nd Brigade, but they used people's homes for the command to be based there.
Did you yourself ever visit Ivai in 1999?
I do not know to have gone to Ivai. I do not know where the place I stopped at was called, but they called it the Rambouillet's building, at least where we stayed overnight, where the soldiers would also eat.
And which soldiers would eat there? The soldiers from a particular unit or units, more broad, less?
No, that was where the command was, and it was the soldiers of the command of 162nd Brigade with Shamil Eliazi as commander.
And was there a time in 1999 when there was an attack on Ivaya, to your recollection?
Could you please repeat the question?
Was there a time in 1999 when there was an attack on Ivaya, to your recollection, if you remember?
I do not understand the question, I'm afraid. Or perhaps I cannot hear very well the translation, perhaps it's poor, I don't know.
Do you know whether there was an attack on or involving Ivaya in March of 1999?
I do not remember.
Do you remember whether there came a time when there was destruction of property in Ivaya in 1999?
In 1999, Kotlin and Ivai, there was not only destruction of property, but also massacres of civilians, and that was from the Serbian occupying forces. In 1999, there were massacres also inside the city of Kačanik, and we had quite a lot of soldiers who fell in the line of duty.
In 1999, these attacks and massacres that you mentioned, when they took place?
Yes, it was around April, but I cannot remember the exact date, so it must have been April or May.
Earlier, you told us that the headquarters of the Neredim operational zone were in Mulapolts in 1999, right?
Yes.
And do you recall what building or buildings the Neredim operational zone used in Mulapolts?
It used a neighborhood which was in the gorge of Mulapolts, and there were several buildings which were under the ownership of Albanians in that village in Mulapolts.
And do I recall correctly that earlier you mentioned some form of hospital in or close to the headquarters in Mulapolts?
Yes, there was a military hospital there.
And you mentioned gorge of Mulapolts. Did that gorge have any particular name?
I do not know of it having another name. We called it the Gorge of Mulapolts.
And if you needed to contact or go to the KLA general staff from Mulapolts, how would you get there?
Really, we didn't have a need to meet with the general staff at the time, because if I'm not wrong, it was in May that in my area we had the Chief of Staff, Mr. Agimcheko, who was appointed as Chief of Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Was the Luzak Gorge within the area of responsibility of the Neradim operational zone?
Yes.
And that goes from Petrova and includes Luzak village?
Well, Luzak's gorge is the part between Petrov to Lugaj. It's a deep gorge, which during the wartime served as well to protect the civilian population or for the civilians to go there, in particular during the last offensive of the summer of 1999, when a lot of civilians, went from the villages around.
And the gorge, how far was that, to your recollection, from the border with the Pastric zone?
The Pastric zone was in Budakova's area, so it included the village of Budakov, and from Luzako's gorge there must have been 7 to 8 kilometers.
And do you recall ever stating that the route through the gorge was important to keep contact with the general staff?
Yes, I have stated this because it was the gorge which helped us communicate, other than the physical communication, to also communicate via our own means of transport with the Pastric operational zone, which helped us then to penetrate to other areas and to then contact members of the general staff, or dependent on the needs we had back then.
And who was the KLA General Staff Commander?
Much later, we understood, in particular in a meeting of the commanders of the zones where the Chief of Staff was present, the General Commander of the KLA was Azem Sula, who later was changed.
And when was this meeting that you just referred to, when you found out this information?
It was held at the time of the Rambouillet conference, so at a time being sometime in May.
And was there, to your knowledge, one or more deputy commanders within the general staff?
I do not know about this. I know that in that meeting, what was stated was that the general commander was Azem Sula, and the zone commanders asked that they should be responsible to appoint the general commander, since they would be directly related in terms of the military information and military actions that were to be undertaken for them to be in charge of appointing the general commander.
You told us earlier that the chief of the general staff was Bislim Serapi, right?
Yes, up until a certain moment, the end of the war, yes, he was the chief of staff of the KLA.
Do you know who was in charge of political issues within the KLA general staff?
Yes, when everything was made public, and if I'm not wrong, this became public in April or May, but in particular with the team going to Rambouillet, those in charge of the political issues were made public knowledge, and we recognize them as such, and the main person in charge, and the most authoritarian one with authority on this matter, was Thaçi. And it was also in this context that there was a delegation with him and Mr. Jakub Krasniqi as a spokesperson of the KLA, and part of the delegation were also other individuals who, at this moment, I cannot recall. My brother, by the way, also.
And to your knowledge, who was in charge of the police, the military police, within the KLA general staff?
I really was not a member of the general staff and did not know officially, but I was informed once it was all made public in relation to the names of the members of the general staff, and it was the general staff itself that made this information public. And if I'm not wrong, the director of the Directorate of the Police was Fatmir Lima, appointed to start off with, and then Recep Selimi, but could be wrong here.
Was your brother Rame a member of the general staff at any point in time?
According to the information, and also from my own brother, in November 1998, he was appointed a member of the General Staff. And in that piece of public information, there was also he was also the director of the Directorate for Civil Administration.
And do you know what your brother's role entailed as in the position that you just mentioned?
I cannot actually say this with certainty, but I know that he was involved in the organization of civil directorates or civilian directorates, and tried to organize these directorates in every city, in every place, which was part of our areas of responsibility.
And to your knowledge, did he undertake that role from November 98 when he was appointed, as you mentioned?
No, I do not think it would have been November, but once it was made public in terms of the members of the General Staff, then everybody knew that Rambouillet is the director of the Directorate for Civil Administration.
And this making public, are you still referring to April or May?
Well, it was around then. I cannot remember exactly, but that's when the names of the directors of the directorates were made public.
Knowledge, what did your brother Rame do between November 98, when you say he was appointed, until around April or May, when you say the names of the members of the general staff were made public?
I do not know about this, because I was in the Narodima operational zone, and territorially speaking, we were far from each other.
To your knowledge, was Kadri Veseli a member of the KLA general staff?
Në periudhën e
Towards the end, after the publication, I realized that Kadri Veseli was also a member of the General Staff.
In what capacity, to your knowledge?
publikim është
In the information, he was the Director of Intelligence.
Was the KLA General Staff or part of that staff ever based within the Neradim operational zone?
po ka qenë
Yes, a part of the General Staff was there. This was at the beginning of the consolidation or the appointment of the provisional government.
And do you recall what month and year that would have been?
kjo ka qenë
This was in May, if I'm not wrong, of 1999 and the beginning of June.
And you said that part of the General Staff was based in the Neradim operational zone. Who from the General Staff was based there around this time?
nëse I kujtoj
If I can remember exactly, it was Hashim Thaçi. It was also my brother, Rambuya, Fatmir Limay too, Kadri Veseli as well. These are the ones I remember.
Was Recep Selimi among the members that were there?
nuk më kujtohet
I cannot remember him being there. I just can't. I don't think he was at that time.
And where within your zone were these KLA General Staff members based?
po në fillim të muajit
At the beginning of May, they were located in Ramya. And after the harsh, brutal offensive, and after us trying to do the best for the village and also the civilians withdrawing from Dremyak, also the members of the General Staff withdrew and they located themselves in Petrov.
And did you yourself meet any of these members of the General Staff when they were based in these locations?
po normalisht
Yes, of course I did meet them because they were in the territory for which I had the responsibility of. And yes, I did contact quite often with them because I needed to also take care of their logistics, of their locations where they would stay, and the conditions and circumstances they needed to have during the war at wartime.
Do you recall where you met them?
po I kam takuar
Well, I met them in Dremyak as well when they were there, but mostly they stayed in, and I met them in Petrov.
And in terms of timing, are you certain about the timing that you're mentioning, that this was around May of 1999?
po muaji
Yes, May, beginning of June.
Do you recall ever having stated that this was towards the end of March of 1999?
fundi I marsit
End of March, I don't think I would have said that, but I might have said end of April, but I don't think it would have been the end of March. I don't think I would have said that.
And do you recall how long they stayed in those areas within your zone?
Some of the general staff stayed for about a month, so around a month, and they traveled to Berisha, in the mountains of Berisha, whereas the other part stayed in my area.
And who was part of the general staff that stayed for about a month?
The members of the general staff that stayed for about a month were Mr. Hashim Thaçi, Mr. Fatmir Limay, and some who came to the area later, but they were primarily the ones from the general staff, Rambuya, who in the meantime was at the military hospital, and Mr. Kadri Vasile.
And do you recall what Hashim Thaçi did during his stay in your zone?
While staying in my zone, he was primarily involved in organizing the provisional government, and he directly contacted by phone, that is, international politicians, and of course I wasn't competent enough to know about that then, let alone now.
And how do you know that he was in contact with international politicians at that particular time?
Well, this happened also when I was present, where the members of the general staff stayed. So there was telephone contact with politicians, international politicians, who either called Mr. Thaçi or he called them.
Other than those phone calls that Mr. Thaçi was engaged in at the time, do you recall any other particular activities that he undertook while he was based within your zone?
No, I could not know because this was a matter of a different sort of level.
Possibly we need to take a break now.
Yes.
We'll give you a 10-minute break, witness. Same rules. Please don't speak with anyone outside the courtroom about your testimony.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Mr. Paci may continue with your examination.
Thank you. Witness, just before the break, you were telling us, amongst other things, about the activities that, to your knowledge, Hashim Thaçi undertook when he was based within your operational zone. You mentioned Kadri Vaseli was also based there around this time. Could you tell us, to your knowledge, what Kadri Vaseli did while he was based there?
Realisht nuk I di veprim.
I do not know his activities, but from what I saw, he was together with Hashim Thaçi and the other members of the general staff. I did not know their activities there because I was not a member of the general staff.
You mentioned that you knew that Hashim Thaçi was making phone calls to, I believe you said, international persons. To your recollection, was Kadri Vaseli also doing that?
Këto nuk e kam po.
I did not see this. I did not see him, rather, but I saw Hashim Thaçi doing such communications.
And did you ever attend or learn of any general staff meetings while part of the general staff was based within your zone?
Ka mujt me marr pjesë në
I might have attended a meeting, but I did not have the right to vote or participate in the discussions there.
And do you recall having attended a meeting at the time that the general staff was based in your zone?
takim zyrtar jo, po
Not an official meeting, but I was part of meetings where political matters were discussed.
What political matters were discussed at the meetings you're referring to?
po është biseduar për marrëveshjen e Ram.
This was a discussion about the Rambouillet agreement. So the discussion was about the conference in Rambouillet.
Do you recall having attended any meetings in Petrovo at the time that the general staff, part of the general staff, was based within your operational zone?
Po kur fola për këtë takim, do
When I referred to this meeting, I meant when it was based in Petrov, because it was in Petrov.
Do you recall having attended any meetings where Operation Arrow was discussed?
jo, nuk.
No, I don't recall.
Your Honor, with your leave, I'd like to show the witness a prior statement pursuant to Rule 1432B and C.
Go ahead.
I'd like to call up SITF 0000-9397-00009417, and we'll go to the page ending 9402 until the page 9404. And in Albanian, it's from the same document, but at pages 9413 to 9414, and I'm going to start reading from question 57. Witness, on your screen on the left in Albanian and on the right in English are pages from the hearing in 2011 in the Arben Krasniqi and others investigation. And I'm going to read some of the questions and answers and then have some questions for you. Question. During the period when your brother and the other HQ members were there, did you take part in any meeting? SB. I have taken part in one meeting in Petrovo. Question. What was the topic of the meeting? SB. The appointment of the commander of Operation Arrow. Question. And who was appointed as commander? SB. Fatmir Limay. Question. Do you remember who took part in the meeting? SB. I was there, although I did not have the right to speak. Moreover, there were Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Silman Selimi, Recep Selimi, and Fatmir Limay. Question. Agim Cheku? Answer. Yes. Question. Your brother Rame? Answer. Yes. Question. Jakub Krasniqi? Answer. No. Question. Bislim Zerapi? Answer. No. Question. Were there other HQ meetings as well in that period? Answer. Yes, they had other meetings, including in the village of Jezerts, in which I did not take part. Question. How do you know? Answer. Because as a zone commander, I was responsible for the security of those meetings. So I was always informed in advance whenever they would hold any meetings. Now, witness, we see here that you talk about, in the first part, attending a meeting in Petrovo about the appointment of Commander of Operation Arrow, with Fatmir Limay being so appointed. Do you recall such a meeting?
Nuk është më kujtu.
I do not recall now, but perhaps he did take part.
To clarify, witness, you said perhaps he did take part. Who is the he you're referring to?
Po them, ndoshta ka marrë pjesë.
I'm saying maybe I attended, because again, I was not a member of the General Staff. I might have been present when I took care of their security, provide for their security, and I might have been part of this meeting for a short period of time.
We see, in reference to this meeting, you say that I was there, although I did not have the right to speak. Does that tally up with your recollection of the events?
Po më kujtohet se unë
I do recall I was not a member of the General Staff, and I did not have the right to participate in the discussions. So I might have been present there for a short while and then left.
In the excerpt, we also see that you said they had other meetings, including in the village of Jezerts, in which I did not take part. And when you're asked how you know, you say that because as the zone commander, I was responsible for the security of those meetings. So I was always informed in advance whenever they would hold any meetings. And does that reflect your recollection of the events at the time when part of the General Staff was based within your operational zone?
po kanë qenë edhe një zerë,
Yes, there were also in Jezerts. I do not recall now, but when I gave this statement, I most probably took into account this, and because they settled in private houses and I had to provide security for those houses.
And take this document down, and I'd like to call up P01015 in English and in Albanian. And in English, we look at page 036807, and in Albanian, 077227. I can state the full ERN if that assists, and perhaps I provided the wrong exhibit number. Yes, then it's 036622-036837 in English, and in Albanian it's 077039-077258. And as I said, in English we'll go to page 036807, and in Albanian 077227, and this can be broadcast to the public. And witness, the page that we're going to is from the book we looked at earlier, which is the book that, as you acknowledged, you are a co-editor of. Sorry, if it helps, the PDF page number would be 186 in English and 189 in Albanian. Thank you. Now, witness, you have multiple images on your screen. On the left, the captions are in Albanian, and on the right, they're in English. Could you take a moment to look at these images? If we can also zoom out a little in the English, please. Thank you. And witness, do you recognize any of these images?
Po,
Yes. I see the director of the political directorate of the KLA, Mr. Hashim Thaçi, but he did not visit the command of Brigade 162, but he was passing through, either going to Rambuye or coming back from Rambuye.
Know about Hashim Thaçi passing through at that time?
kam qenë komandant I zonës.
I was the zone commander, and it's normal thing for me to know when a high-level military delegation is going through my zone.
On this particular occasion, who else was part of that delegation in your zone?
Po, këtu shifjet që ka qenë.
We can see here Agim Çeko as well, who was later appointed chief of the general staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
And could you tell us, if we look at the Albanian, so on the left side of the screen, is Agim Çeko in which picture? One of the top two, middle two, or bottom two?
Po më duket se është Agim Çeko ky ul.
I think it's Agim Çeko, the one sitting, and my brother Rambuye is standing.
The middle set of photographs, the one on the left, yes, so the one below that one, if we could zoom in there, please. And witness the version in Albanian, is that the photo that you're talking about with Agim Çeko and your brother?
Po.
Yes. Yes.
Who is sitting? Is he the person sitting at the front and in the middle of the photograph?
Ky personi në mes është
The person in the middle, from what I can recognize, is Agim Çeko. The person standing is my brother Rambuye.
So the first person we see from the left of the image?
kvar med mig.
Yes, on the left.
And if we now zoom in on the image right next to this one, thank you, we can see that the caption here in this book by Harish Kortai reads, "The delegation of KLHQ during their stay at the 162 Brigade, Agimbairami, in the mountains of Kachanek on April 5th, 1999. To your recollection, is that the correct location and around the correct time of the visit that you recall?"
Këtu nuk mund të them me saktësi se
I cannot confirm this for sure because I was not present there, and I am not able to identify the location based on the photograph.
We can take this document down. Witness, do you recall whether during this time period when part of the KLA General Staff was based in your zone, there were any attacks in the area?
Kur ka arrit delegacioni
When the delegation came from Macedonia to the territory of Brigade 162 under the command of the Nerodime Operative Zone Brigade 161, I was in Albania, and I am not able to indicate precisely what was in April.
Were you yourself injured at any time in 1999?
Kanë qenë plak lehta.
I was lightly wounded when I did not treat them at all.
And what caused your wound?
Kanë qenë kryesisht nga copat e predha.
It was mostly caused by pieces of, or shrapnel pieces of projectiles on my that hit my right leg.
When you suffered this injury?
Kam qenë bashkë me Fatmilimin.
I was together with Fatmi Lima and my brother Rambuya inspecting the front line when we came under attack from Serbian forces, on which occasion my brother was wounded on the forehead. I sustained light injuries which were not treated at the hospital. The doctors advised to apply a bandage on them. My brother was treated at the military hospital for the wounds he sustained.
You mentioned the front line. Could you specify what village or area that was in?
Nëse nuk gaboj.
If I'm not wrong, this was in between Rechak and Petrov. The mountains or highlands before the zone command, which towards the end of the war was based in Petrov.
The date of your injury?
Jo nuk e kujtoj dot.
No, I don't recall the date.
Other than Fatmir Nimai and your brother, do you recall whether anybody was with you during when you were inspecting the positions and there was this attack?
Nuk më kujtohet që ka.
I don't recall anyone else being present other than the soldiers that were escorting me. After sustaining the wounds, we made sure to transport the member of the general staff to the military hospital because we thought these wounds could be lethal. But then the doctors informed us that there were no fractures of the jaw or the skull.
And to transport the member of the general staff, can you specify who you're referring to by name in this regard?
Could you please repeat the question?
You mentioned that you made sure to transport the member of the general staff to the military hospital. Who was this person or persons?
My brother, my driver, Dimbuya, was there. My bodyguards, Naim Bega, apologies, not Naim, Lulzim Buya and Azib Mustafa.
Do you recall any members of the KLA general staff ever taking part in fighting within the Nerodim operational zone?
I don't recall them participating directly in combat operations, but they were in the war zone in Derniak and Petrov, where we engaged in fierce fighting.
And this incident where you were injured that we were just talking about, did that coincide with when part of the general staff was based in your zone?
Yes, in the time period when the general staff members were there in the part I was referring to.
How long did you continue to occupy the position of commander of the Nerodim operational zone?
From the moment of the organization of the subzones, I was appointed subzone commander, and then in the process of the restructuring of the whole KLA, I took on the task and the responsibilities of the zone commander, which I held until the end of the war.
Where were you based between April and September of 1999?
In April 99 until June, when the agreement was reached for the Serb forces to withdraw, I was in Mulapots and Petrov. After this date, on the 13th or 15th of June, we moved to this town of Ferizai.
And focusing on April to June when you were in Mulapolts and Petrov in 1999, what were your main tasks or duties during this particular period of time?
I was the commander of the Nerodima operational zone, and my work was to consolidate as much as possible the zone staff, and working with the chief of staff, we aim to strengthen the sectors which lacked ammunition, weapons. The person in charge of the military hospital and the head of the logistics, Hayrullah, would deal with the military hospital matters. I worked with the brigades as well, and we received an order from the chief of staff to expand the brigades so that Brigade 161 and 162 would be divided in two parts to form two additional brigades. Despite having a very limited human capacities, in terms of number of soldiers, we managed, however, to form two new brigades. 164, which was functional, and Brigade 163, which was not functional.
Can you clarify the name of the person you refer to as the Chief of Staff who issued this order for expansion of brigades?
Yes, at the moment when the mobilization order was issued, there was also an order for us to expand our structures. So the mobilization order was issued by the Chief of Staff, if I'm not wrong, and it was still Bislim Zurabi.
We've been talking about the period between April and just before the 13th or 15th of June. Do you recall with any more specificity when during that period you received that order?
I do not know exactly when the order was issued, the general mobilization order that is, but it was the period between the end of April, May, when we tried to structure the brigades which we thought would become operational, that is 161, to be in two parts, so 163, and 162 to also have 164 in it. And 164 did manage to become operational to a certain extent, whereas the 163rd did not become operational until the end of the war.
Can we call up 043900-044239 along with the English translation, which is the same ERN with -ET, and we'll go to page 044181. And witness, for context, the page that I'm going to show you is from another book by Harish Kortai, not the book that we were looking at before. You can see the first page on your screen now, and we're going to turn to a specific page within this book. Now, witness, on the left of your screen, you can already see the document in Albanian, and we're just going to call it up in English. The English, just in case there's an issue, it should be, oh, sorry, I was wrong. The ERN for the English is 044174-044186-ET. I apologize. Within this range, it's 181. Thank you. So, witness, again, this is one page from a book by Harish Kortai, different to the book that we have been looking at by that author thus far. And if we could zoom it out a little bit, or rather scroll down a little bit so we can see the signature block, but I also want to see the top. Yes, thank you. And we can do the same in English. Witness, do you recognize the document in Albanian on the left side of your screen?
Yes, I think so.
And could we please zoom in on the signature block? And witness, is that your signature?
Yes, it is. It is my signature.
If we can zoom back out, we can see that this refers to the KLA Neradim operational zone 27 May 1999, and as you confirmed, it has your signature, and it refers to an order concerning the selection of soldiers. Do you recall having issued such an order around this time, 27 May 1999?
I cannot remember the order, but as I mentioned earlier, back then we were involved in the structuring and the completion of the structure, which would be suitable for that time, the end of the war. And we also had this battalion, the Gardes. And according to this order, I see that the order is for 162 Brigade to select 30 soldiers to complete this battalion. So it seems like it is an authentic document.
We can take this document down. And just before we looked at this document, in your answers, you mentioned that after the 13th or the 15th of June, you moved from Mulapolts and Petrovo to Ferizaj. And where in Ferizaj did you move at that time in June of 99?
After June, or rather the 15th of June 1999, I was based in a neighborhood of Ferizaj, which was in Erodima Road.
And what was the reason for the move from Mulapolts and Petrovo to this neighborhood of Ferizaj at this time?
Actually, our duties were to liberate Ferizaj from the military and police Serbian forces, to also ensure that the water which came from the Plešina reservoir should not be poisoned, and also for us to locate ourselves in the liberated city of Ferizaj.
And who is it that communicated these duties to you at the time?
I actually ordered the units of the Narodima Operational Zone, Brigade 162 and 161, to begin the operation of entering the city to take these cities under control, cities that had to be liberated, and to give the civilians the opportunity, I mean the civilians, the majority of which had left Kosovo and were in Macedonia, to come back, so to receive these civilians. And we knew that they weren't going to wait for the preparations of international organizations, but they would simply rush home, the majority of which had been burned down. So we entered the cities with my order to take cities under control so that we could receive these civilians who would re-enter Kosovo.
And at this time, from around, as you said, 13th or 15th of June 1999, were your units engaged in any combat with the Serbian forces?
Yes, there was combat, although Serbian forces started to withdraw. So there was combat inside the city, so the special unit was there. It was located there. And the intensity of the fighting after the 10th of June fell considerably, but the territory we were at, still, there was no fighting until the 15th of June.
And do I understand you said there was no fighting until the 15th of June?
So I said there was a low intensity of this fighting, but the part of that territory, Mulapolts, Petrov, there was no fighting.
And did that change after the 15th of June?
Yes, the situation changed, of course. There wasn't fighting, but we started to accompany the majority of the wounded because we had quite a few people who were injured and were at the military hospital. So they were taken to the family medical center in Ferizai, which by an order of mine was transformed into a military hospital, and they started to treat them. So this was also doctors that were returning from Macedonia, as well as other doctors who were in the city. So we started to work, to make it work through the civil directorate, so certain sectors of life which were important for the civilians, such as the water supply, and to make it work, but also the postal and telecommunication service, as well as to look after buildings which were of importance in both Ferizai and Kaçanik.
I'd like to call up P00526, please. And witness, we only have this document in English, but I will read the text and you can listen to the interpretation. As you may be able to see, it is a BBC article dated the 12th of June 1999, and its text is as follows. Text of report by Kosovo Liberation Army, Kosovo Press, news agency website. Stime, 11 June. The 121st anniversary of the Albanian Prizren League was commemorated by a cultural artistic program organized by the cultural sector of the Kosovo Liberation Army in the Neradima operational zone. Before the program, the officers, soldiers, and citizens of this OZ of the UCK paid homage at the Molopol Cemetery to the soldiers killed over the last 17 months in this OZ, from the gorge of Kaçanik to the gorge of Charaleva, who sacrificed their lives in daily combat with the Serbian enemy for the freedom and independence of Kosovo. Shukri Buya, the commander of the UCK's Nerodima OZ, said, quote, "We will fight until the complete freedom of Kosovo is achieved," end quote. Kadri Veseli, head of the UCK intelligence service, addressed the program, and Agim Ceku, chief of the UCK general staff, sent a telegram of greetings. Source, Kosovo Press News Agency website in Albanian, 11 June 1999. And witness, do you recall the event described in this article?
I do not remember the article, but the event I do.
And do you remember that you spoke at the event as reported?
Yes, it was a gathering on the 10th, not the 11th of June, at the anniversary of the Albanian League of Prizren. There were only a few civilians, only those that were left, but there were KLA soldiers who performed, the musical group, and also officials in the area, and along with us there were some members of the general staff.
And you mentioned there were members of the general staff, and the article mentions Kadri Veseli and Agim Ceku being there. Do you remember them being present on this occasion?
Kadri
Veseli was present, whereas Agim Ceku, according to the article, sent a telegram to greet the gathering.
Yes, I apologize, I misspoke in relation to Agim Ceku. Here we have the Kadri Veseli addressed the program. Do you recall Kadri Veseli speaking before or after you on this occasion?
I cannot remember.
But you recall him being present?
He was present. and I think he would have addressed the people, but whether he spoke before or after me, that I do not know.
We can take this document down. Witness, do you know a KLA commander that was known or referred to as Dullah?
I don't know whether I don't understand or if it's the pronunciation. Maybe I don't know him.
Do you know anyone in the KLA that was known by something that sounds something like Dullah?
I cannot remember anyone like that.
Do you know someone named Abdullah Rama?
No, I cannot remember.
Are you familiar with a location known as Guri-i-Bagdashit?
Yes, Guri Bagdashit was over just above Rachak, a position which was a part of the highlands, which was identified as Guri Bagdashit. This is what the locals called it.
That within the Naradim operational zone's area of responsibility?
Yes, Guri Bagdashit, above Rachak, the whole of it, Petrova, was part of the Narodima operational zone.
And which brigade would that have fallen under?
It would have been the 162nd, sorry, the 161st Ahmed Kachiko.
I'd like to call up U001-1533-U001-1533, alongside it the English translation, which is the same ERN with -ET revised. Now, witness, on your screen on the left, you can see a handwritten document in Albanian. On the right is its English translation. And having a look at the document in Albanian, do you recognize this document?
No.
And if we could zoom in on the signature on the bottom right-hand corner in the Albanian, please. Do you happen to recognize the signature?
No, I do not recognize it.
And we can zoom back out. And witness, we can see that this document refers to the KLA Naradim Operational Zone, Brigade 161, Battalion 2, and to the 29th of April 1999. And there's also a reference to Petrova. And then it says the following. I'm going to read the first part of it. Daily report. From 4 o'clock in the morning, soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were in PZ. After they briefly left Guri-i-Bagdashit, at 4 o'clock they are again in position. Commander Dullah had ordered to go out at 12:00 hours in order to hold Guri-i-Bagdashit, but the company of Ranse and Rechak were late. In the morning, a close-range fight took place at Kershinat, and after the use of 12.7, the Shkia were forced to leave and went behind Guri-i-Bagdashit. Commander Dullah met with Commander Sokoli, and Commander Dullah informed him about the state of the battalion. Witness, do you recall if you would have been the Commander Sokoli being referred to in this document?
Në fakt nuk e di.
Actually, I do not know, because back then I didn't have a pseudonym. I had a name and surname, Zone Commander Shukribuya, so this doesn't make sense.
And just before the signature block, we see the following text, which I'll read out. We request Soldier Pachuku to come and report to the brigade because he's not displaying behavior becoming of a soldier, and PU was informed about his behavior. Do you know a soldier called or known as Pachuku?
Ju lutem, ky është
Please, this is a document, if it is a battalion document rather, and it was reported, then it wasn't reported to the zone command, but it was submitted as a report to the brigade commander. So I wouldn't have had it or seen it because the battalions reported to the brigade commander.
And were you aware of instances such as the one referred to here, where a soldier is asked to report to the brigade because he's not displaying behavior becoming of a soldier?
ka mundur të
It could have been that his behavior wouldn't have been becoming as a soldier, and then they would have suggested that he should report to the brigade and present himself because of his behavior, but I do not remember the case, or this case, I do not recall.
Great.
Yes, we can take the document down, and I can stop my questions here for today.
Thank you. Witness, you're finished for the testimony for today. We'll need to see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Remember not to speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom. And we wish you a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Faleminderit.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Patch.
Just an update in terms of progress to the extent that could be helpful. I should be able to finish within the first session tomorrow, perhaps even closer to the first hour.
Thank you very much. Anything else? We're adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
All rise.